Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, please allow me to deliver some information related to our webinar. All panelists and participants must log in and change their username with a format institution_full name. All panelists are asked to turn on the video and ensure the microphone is muted. To avoid disturbance during the meeting, all participants' videos will be turned off and microphones will be muted. The event will be held in two positions. The standing position will be performed when singing the national anthem of Indonesia. After that, all panelists and participants may be seated until the event finishes. Should the participants have questions, you can raise the questions using the Ask a Question button. And those who need the interpreter feature can click on the globe icon on the menu bar to select the language. And please do not close your session or log out during the event. You can log out after the event finishes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise and sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may now be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce Mr. M. Mahfud MD, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Mr. Ivan Yustia Vandana, Head of Pusat Pelaporan dan Analisis Transaksi Keuangan, PPATK. Mr. Collie F. Brown, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and Liaison to ASEAN. Mr. Hernawan B. Sasongko, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Mr. Iman Shah, Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance. Notable representatives of government agencies and financial services industry, all speakers and moderators, and all participants of today's webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present and welcome you to the webinar on opportunities, challenges, and impacts on utilizing new technologies in strengthening the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing AML CFT regime, today on the 23rd of February 2022. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Everett Ryan, and today I will be the master of ceremony for this event. Today is the first day of a two-day webinar on opportunities, challenges, and impacts on utilizing new technologies in strengthening the AML CFT regime. In this opening session for day one, we will be having several agenda. First, welcoming remarks from Mr. Hernawan B. Sasongko, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research of Indonesia Financial Services Authority, continued by opening remarks from Mr. Collie F. Brown, UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and Liaison to ASEAN. We will then have remarks from Mr. Ivan Yustia Vandana, Head of Pusat Pelaporan dan Analisis Transaksi Keuangan (PPATK), followed by a keynote speech from Mr. Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Indonesia Financial Services Authority. And we will listen to a keynote speech from Mr. M. Mahfud MD, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. We will have a group photo session, and after that, we will move to the first panel session with the topic AML CFT Digitization, Global Perspective and Lessons Learned from Other Countries, followed by a Q&A session. The second panel session with the topic of the emergence of risk in digital financial services transformation, followed by a question and answer session and also closing. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are opening today's session with the welcoming remarks from Mr. Hernawan B. Sasongko, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research of Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Please welcome Mr. Hernawan B. Sasongko.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera. Yang terhormat Bapak M. Mahfud MD, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Bapak Ivan Yustian Vandana, Head of PPATK, Mr. Collier Brown, UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and Liaison to ASEAN, Bapak Iman Shah, Deputy Commissioner of OJK, distinguished colleagues, speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all His blessings and abundance of grace, so that we can all attend virtually at the webinar opportunities, challenges, and impact of utilizing new technology for regime strengthening APU PPT from 23rd to 24th February 2022. This webinar was held by OJK in collaboration with United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, Indonesia. On this occasion, I would like to express my highest appreciations to all the speakers, moderators who have been willing to take their time and share their knowledge with all of us. I would like to also thank and welcome to Bapak Mahfud MD, Bapak Wimok Santoso, and Bapak Ivan Yus Tian Pantana, who is keen to deliver the keynote speech to this webinar. My appreciations also goes to Mrs. Zulda Anderton and team from UNODC Indonesia, who has welcomed the idea of our webinar. We hope that cooperation between OJK and UNODC will continue to work well in the future as an effort to prevent money laundering, terrorism financing, and funding for the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in Indonesia. This today webinar is expected to provide an understanding of new technology in the AML CFT area, explore the opportunity and challenges for the use of new technology in the AML CFT area from global and national perspective, including cybercrime and cybersecurity issues. Elaborate the use of new technology in digital customers due diligence from Indonesia point of view, and provide an understanding of the impact of new technology on increasing and effectiveness of the AML CFT program in terms of regulatory technologies, supervisory technology, digital solutions for CDD, including eKYC and others. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful for the presence of the speaker and moderator at this webinar, who are representative of international institutions, other states, authorities, state institutions, and also associations. The webinar will begin with an explanation of global perspective and lesson learned from other countries related to AML, CFT, digitization, which is expected to increase participants' insight and ability to determine actions to prevent money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation weapon of mass destruction in line with the result of national risk assessment and sectoral risk assessment. On this productive occasion, the emergency of risk in digital financial services transformations will also explained. This is, of course, closely related to the need for digital solutions for CDD or KYC or central KYC, which are expected to have a good impact not only on fast and accurate customer service, but also in strengthening AML CFT safeguard and maintaining the integrity of the financial service sector. Digital financial services are also closely related to the utilization for digital ID, which is a key to an effective and robust verification process. Financial institutions and OJK as a supervisory and regulatory body should not be lead in utilization new technology. Nonetheless, this utilization should be sensibly implemented. The speaker of this webinar will explain various technology that can be utilized as a regulatory technology and supervisory technology from the global side, as well as lessons learned from other countries. Once again, we need to remember remember that we must not be late in utilizing new technology and must be visionary and agile to face today's fast-moving dynamics and digitalization. I hope that this webinar will bring great benefit for dealing with various challenges and risks in the use of new technologies that are often found in the implementation of ML CFT program. This webinar is one of our efforts to support Indonesians' success in the mutual evaluation review by the FATF, as well as support the Indonesian presidency at the G20, particularly on the issue of preventive money laundering and terrorism financing in the digitalization era. Finally, I would like to thank to all parties who actively participate in this webinar, and hopefully this event is useful and able to strengthen the AML CFT regime in Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernawan B. Sasongko, for such a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our agenda with opening remarks from Mr. Collie F. Brown, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and Liaison to ASEAN. Please welcome Mr. Collie F. Brown.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by acknowledging His Excellency, Mr. Mahfoud MD, the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs, as well as Mr. Ivan Yustiavandana, the head of Indonesia's Financial Intelligence Agency, PPATK, as well acknowledging Mr. Wimbo Santoso, the head of the Financial Services Authority, OJK, and Mr. Hermawan Sasongko, the Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research at OJK, as well as acknowledging Ms. Dewi Fajasari and Mr. Triono, both heads of AML CFT Group and the head of the Digital Financial Innovation at OJK. Certainly, I also want to welcome all the officials from the banking sector, officials from designated non-financial businesses and professions, the various agencies represented here, as well as all the distinguished speakers and experts that we have gathered with us. I also want to congratulate Indonesia on its current presidency of the G20, and certainly appreciate OJK for its partnership with UNODC in co-hosting this webinar on the impacts of new technologies on AML CFT programs. Certainly, and I do want to especially thank Minister Mahfoud for joining us this morning, and I certainly look forward to hearing from him. You know, recognizing that Indonesia will focus on three primary pillars for the G20 during its presidency. And certainly we know global health architecture, sustainable energy transition,
Mr. Collie?
I think Mr. Collie is having several issues with his connection. Okay, thank you very much. I think Mr. Collie F. Brown is still having some problems with his connection. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on our next agenda, which is remarks from Mr. Ivan Yustia Vandana, Head of Pusat Pelaporan dan Analisis Transaksi Keuangan, PPATK. Please welcome Mr. Ivan Yustia Vandana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Very good morning, everyone. Wow, we already reached 1,600 participants, Pak Mahfud. The Honorable Professor Mahfud, MD, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Bapak Profesor Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of OJK, Mr. Collie Brown. I think Collie Brown still have internet issue. From the UNODC, Country Manager and liaison to ASEAN, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. So we also have here Pak Hermawan B. Sasongko, and also we have here Pak Imansa. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to deliver a brief remarks at the opening session of this event today. It is also indeed an honor for PPATK to be able to participate in this discussion and forum. We have each other, in this forum we have each other to understand the very fast-moving trends affecting money laundering and financing of terrorism. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need to be very clear in our understanding. As soon as a new technology, hardware, software, and other applications are introduced, they will be used in some way. Sorry, MC, can you hear my voice?
Yes, Mr. Ivan. Yes, you're back with us now.
Sorry, I think I also have a problem with my internet connection.
Yes,
Can I continue or what? We move to
please
Collie Brown
continue.
or what?
Yes, please
Okay.
continue, Mr. Ivan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. To give all of us here an idea how quickly criminals exploit technology, we don't need to look any further other than the dark web. It's very close with us. The dark web is maintained in good intention. The anonymity it provides to everybody and others, whistleblowers, journalists working in very dangerous environment, or just those concerned with privacy and protecting democracy. The ability to speak out, be heard, and share information is a safe and anonymous way. In the right hand, software like Tor is a weapon against tyrants, dictators, and opposite regimes, and such software deserves everyone's support and protection. But of course, this is related to this topic. Technology that allows people to communicate freely while remaining totally anonymous will, in a very short time, attract negative attention and be used for criminal purposes. Today, the dark web, you will find a site selling drugs from heroin to amphetamine to even to morphine, even Pfizer, COVID vaccines. It's all there for the sale. Other sites offer guns, ammunition, explosive detonators, while still other offers fake passport, credit card, money, and IDs. If we digging deeper to find, this is based on my own observation, if we digging deeper, we find any other sites offering child pornography, human trafficking, a specialized service such as even the killing, etc., all openly available and ready for anyone who has the money to pay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the evolution of money laundering regime from money laundering 1.0 to now, currently, we are facing 5.0 money laundering regime. From the simple typology to using simple personal or business bank account, operating in different jurisdictions, applying different and less regulated instruments or gray area of business transactions such as Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, cloud, NFT, and blockchains. New technologies could present a big challenge for us, for our effort to prevent and eradicate money laundering or terrorist financing. But those technologies could also present a big opportunity for us. New technology have the potential to make anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing faster, cheaper, and more effective. Technology can facilitate data collection, processing, and analysis, and help actors identify and manage money laundering and terrorism financing risk more effectively and closer to real time. Faster payment and transaction, of course. A more accurate identification system, monitoring, record keeping, and information sharing between competent authorities and regulated entities also have the advantage through this development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 years, PPATK has utilized new technologies in strengthening the AML CFT regime. The application of CPESAT, CPENDAR, and GOML have changed substantially the way the analytical and business process in our office in PPATK. This technology have assisted us on how to deal with 1 billion data in our database and to respond intelligently to 45,000 transactions per hour. Pak Menko, this is also to report to Pak Menko and Pak Wimbo. Currently, we already received 45,000 transactions each hour in our office, Pak. For PPATK, machine learning and big data tools can be used to map and visualize the flow of suspicious transactions, so it can show a more complete picture of flow of illegal funds and identify geographic areas, industry channels, and parties suspected of being involved in criminal conduct. Big data analytics, in other ways, also allows data sharing between institutions and even between countries more quickly and efficiently. In addition, we have developed a PPATK IT Master Plan document. This document was created to be the basis of the development and the application of information technology system in PPATK, as well as to answer the challenge posed by new technologies in AML CFT field. This IT Master Plan document will provide the basis for determining policies for the development of application information technology system in PPATK. In this IT Master Plan document, it also includes the vision and mission of PPATK related to information technology that continues to develop, so that it can be referenced to identify needs, problems, and the challenge in managing information technology, as well as planning for PPATK's information technology program in the future. This IT Master Plan, the document will also be a roadmap for the development and implementation of information technology in PPATK. Again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to propose that part of the way forward, we speak about utilizing new technologies to fight money laundering and financing of terrorism is to be honest about our weakness, to show our weakness, and to do everything possible to close the gap as soon as possible and as effectively as possible. Of course, at this time, I'm not suggesting that this can be happen quickly. It will take time. It will take specialized training. It will take investment and research. But as they say, the way to climb the mountain begins with the first step. So I'm optimistic about what we can achieve in the short term if we commit our resources, utilize our already given powers, and cooperate internationally. Dark clouds are always replaced by clear blue skies and sunshine. It's all a matter of time. Let's work together toward the clear sky. With the spirit of 2 decades of the AML CFT regime in Indonesia, I hope the webinar forum can be the first step to identify many opportunities as well as mitigation steps to anticipate the challenge of new technology. in strengthening our common effort in preventing and eradicating our AML TF in Indonesia. Again, thank you for inviting us in this very effective and I think this is very important webinar. And Pak Fitriadi from PPATK will give any detail in his session later on. And may Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Almighty God, give us mercy and guidance to all of us. Amen. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. I give it back to Pak MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan, for a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some good news. We believe that Mr. Collie F. Brown is back online with us. So, Mr. Collie F. Brown, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes. If you would, please continue your opening remarks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, it's interesting that we're talking about technology today, and you know, seeing the glitches that we sometimes experience while we're doing these virtual events. But nonetheless, I'm back here and certainly pleased to be able to share some additional thoughts. And as I was making the point, you know, that money laundering and terrorist financing, as well as other illicit financial flows, really do present significant challenges to security and development, certainly underpinning transnational organized crime and terrorist networks. And so certainly when we look at the issue of financial inclusion, anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, these really do all share a common goal, certainly to avoid financial exclusion that poses money laundering and terrorist financing risks. This also can lead to marginalizing women and the poor. Therefore, it's important for us to encourage and to enable more citizens to be able to use the formal financial services and to increase the reach and the effectiveness of AML CFT regimes, thereby leaving no one behind. In recognition of the changing needs and technological developments within the financial sector, particularly during COVID-19 measures around the world, over the last 2 years, the Financial Action Task Force, as you know, have provided updated guidance on the risk-based approach to virtual assets, taking on a more technological neutral approach that will allow members to develop more inclusive regulation and supervision of the digital market. It is in this commitment to prioritize digital transformation under the G20 presidency, and certainly in addressing digital transformation with a focus on financial inclusion. And through AML CFT lens, Indonesia certainly has provided the leadership in opening dialogue on regulation and supervisory technology in this digital era. I do want to express as well appreciation to all the experts from Vienna. We have colleagues from Vienna, India, Thailand, and Singapore for their contribution that they will be sharing over the next 2 days. This is really a critical event and a very timely event because, as we know, we're having so much transformation in the digital space, and certainly so many new technologies that are being developed and being created to facilitate and to improve the way we do business. But we all do know as well that, you know, criminal groups and people with nefarious aims will certainly want to take advantage of these new technologies to further their own behaviors. And so we do want to be vigilant. The idea of having a collective response involving law enforcement and other entities who can detect, counter, prevent these activities is critical. And so that's why I made a reference earlier that the theme is particularly the theme of the G20 is certainly timely and certainly relevant, because it will certainly take all of us to recover together and to recover stronger. And so the UNODC team here in Indonesia certainly appreciate the opportunity for the partnership, and certainly across the financial sector, appreciating the public-private partnerships that exist, not only at the national level, but certainly at the regional level as well, and across the space in terms of with our partner countries across the region and across borders. And so we certainly appreciate the efforts of this webinar. We certainly look forward to the results of the seminar, and I do wish the participants a successful and enjoyable sharing of information as this webinar goes forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collie F. Brown. Honorable guests and participants, moving on to the next agenda is a keynote speech from Mr. Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Indonesia Financial Services Authority. Please welcome Mr. Wimbo Santoso.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam. Yang saya hormati Bapak Profesor Dr. Mahfud MD, Menteri Koordinator Bidang Politik dan Keamanan Republik Indonesia, Bapak Ivan Justiandana, Kepala Pusat Pelaporan Analisis Transaksi Keuangan atau PPATK. Yang kami hormati rekan kami Pak Hermawan Bisa Songko, Deputi Komisioner Internasional dan Riset OJK, Pak Iman Syah, Deputi Komisioner OJK dan OJK Institut dan Keuangan Digital, Mr. Collie F. Brown, Country Manager of Anti Money Laundering United Nations Office and Drug Crime Indonesia, dan rekan-rekan OJK, para panelis, ya, dan juga Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peserta di sektor keuangan. Tapi sebelum kami mulai, mohon izin, ya, karena Pak Mahfud kelihatannya waktunya terbatas, kami menawarkan apakah berkenan kalau untuk kami Pak Mahfud dulu untuk menyampaikan keynote speech-nya. Mohon izin Pak Mahfud kalau berkenan.
Setuju, kalau boleh memang saya lebih dulu karena saya harus menemani Presiden untuk sebuah acara lain.
Ya, monggo Bapak, monggo. Turun.
Sudah ya, MC langsung ya.
Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Ketua Dewan Komisioner Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Bapak Wimbo Santoso, kemudian UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and License to ASEAN, Bapak Collie F. Brown, kemudian Kepala Pusat Pelaporan dan Analisis Transaksi Keuangan, Bapak Ivan Justiandana, kemudian para menteri yang hadir atau kepala lembaga atau yang mewakili, kemudian Bapak Hermawan Songko sebagai Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research OJK, kemudian pimpinan Asosiasi Penyedia Jasa Keuangan dan para pimpinan Asosiasi Fintech, Tech, dan legal tech. Saudara, pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini saya mengucapkan selamat atas penyelenggaraan webinar yang mengambil tema peluang, tantangan, dan dampak pemanfaatan teknologi baru untuk penguatan APU PPT. Merupakan hasil kerjasama antara Otoritas Jasa Keuangan OJK dengan United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime UNODC pada pagi hari yang berbahagia ini. Saya menyambut baik kegiatan webinar ini karena ini merupakan salah satu wujud tekad kuat kita bersama untuk menghadapi Mutual Evaluation Review (MER) Financial Action Task Force on Money Laundering (FATF). Indonesia sekarang ini secepatnya akan menghadapi tahapan yang sangat krusial dalam MER, yaitu on-site visit MER FATF pada bulan Juli tahun 2022. Indonesia harus memperoleh penilaian yang baik dalam MER FATF sebagai syarat agar diterima menjadi anggota FATF. Indonesia saat ini merupakan satu-satunya negara G20 yang belum menjadi negara anggota FATF. Status keanggotaan Indonesia di FATF saat ini baru sebagai observer. Sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama, kesuksesan Indonesia di dalam MER FATF membutuhkan peningkatan kepatuhan Indonesia terhadap rekomendasi FATF yang meliputi berbagai bidang dalam program Anti Pencucian Uang dan Pencegahan Pendanaan Terorisme, yang biasa kita singkat di Indonesia APU PPT atau APU PPT. Termasuk tentu pada perkembangan teknologi baru atau new technologies. Saya mengharapkan webinar ini dapat meningkatkan pemahaman dan kesiapan kita untuk meningkatkan kepatuhan terhadap rekomendasi FATF, khususnya pada immediate outcome 3 dan rekomendasi 15 tentang bagaimana lembaga pengawas dan pengatur atau LPP, termasuk OJK dalam hal ini, dapat meningkatkan kepatuhan penyedia jasa keuangan atau PJK dan penyedia aset virtual pada persyaratan APU PPT berbasis risiko. Oleh karena itu, PJK hendaknya mampu mengidentifikasi dan mengkaji risiko TPPU atau TPPT yang muncul sehubungan dengan pengembangan produk baru dan penggunaan teknologi baru. FATF sendiri telah mendefinisikan teknologi baru itu adalah proses, metode, dan kemampuan inovatif yang digunakan dengan tetap mematuhi program APU PPT. Perkembangan teknologi yang saat ini digunakan oleh PJK semakin pesat. Di antaranya penggunaan financial technologies, kemudian artificial intelligence, aset virtual, bahkan ada PJK bank yang telah mempublikasikan penggunaan metaverse. Perkembangan teknologi informasi ini harus disikapi oleh PJK secara bijaksana dan harus sejalan dengan komitmen FATF. Dalam dokumen FATF mengenai perkembangan dan tantangan pada teknologi baru, APU PPT tahun 2021, FATF menyatakan komitmennya untuk mendukung perkembangan teknologi baru dan memastikan bahwa penerapan program APU PPT tetap relevan dan efektif yang berbasis risiko dan sejalan dengan pencepatan transformasi digital. Sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama, Indonesia telah memperbarui penilaian risiko APU PPT dalam dokumen penilaian risiko nasional atau National Risk Assessment tindak pidana pencucian uang atau TPPU, dan tindak pidana pendanaan terorisme TPPT yang holistik pada tahun 2021. Dokumen NRA tersebut telah mencantumkan kajian risiko pada teknologi baru sehingga OJK dan seluruh PJK dapat menerapkan kepatuhan APU PPT yang berbasis risiko sesuai dengan hasil NRA tersebut. Indonesia juga telah memperkuat kerjasama nasional untuk meningkatkan efektivitas program APU PPT melalui penetapan dan pelaksanaan strategi nasional pencegahan dan pemberantasan TPPU dan TPPT. Di sini ada Stranas, tindak pidana pencucian uang dan tindak pidana pendanaan terorisme periode 2020 sampai 2024 yang telah ditetapkan dalam rapat Komite Koordinasi Nasional Pencegahan dan Pemberantasan TPPU atau Komite TPPU, di mana Otoritas Jasa Keuangan juga merupakan salah satu anggota komite ini. Berdasarkan urgensi menghadapi MIR FATF dan tantangan terkait perkembangan teknologi tersebut, saya menyampaikan apresiasi terhadap penyelenggaraan webinar ini. Saya berharap diskusi-diskusi dalam webinar yang menghadirkan para narasumber yang berkompeten, baik dari dalam maupun dari luar negeri ini, akan memperkuat pemahaman dan sinergi antara OJK selaku LPP, penyedia jasa keuangan, dan kementerian atau lembaga terkait APU PPT dalam hal-hal strategis, diantaranya 5 hal sebagai berikut. 1. Penguatan regulasi yang mengatur berbagai bentuk teknologi baru secara holistik dalam lingkup APU PPT. Yang kedua, pemahaman mengenai teknologi baru secara komprehensif terkait dengan penerapan 5 pilar APU PPT. Yang ketiga, pendalaman untuk dapat mengantisipasi berbagai peluang dan tantangan dalam penggunaan teknologi baru dalam lingkup APU PPT dari perspektif nasional dan global, termasuk teknologi baru yang terkait dengan isu keamanan cyber dan kejahatan cyber. Yang keempat, elaborasi penggunaan teknologi baru agar PJK dapat menerapkan prinsip mengenali pengguna jasa atau PMPJ secara digital dan verifikasi digital. Yang kelima, yang terakhir, pemahaman dampak teknologi baru pada peningkatan efektivitas program APU PPT meliputi RIKTEK, SAPTEK, dan solusi digital untuk PMPJ secara elektronik. Sekali lagi, saya ucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya webinar dengan tema peluang, tantangan, dan dampak pemanfaatan teknologi baru untuk penguatan rezim APU PPT pada hari ini. Semoga negara kita dapat memanfaatkan berbagai teknologi baru yang memberi maslahat dan kebaikan bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Esa meridhoi langkah-langkah kita untuk mewujudkan bangsa dan negara Indonesia yang semakin aman, damai, dan sejahtera. Saya akhirnya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Wimbo Santoso selaku Ketua Komisioner OJK yang memberi kesempatan lebih dulu kepada saya, karena sesudah ini saya harus bergabung dengan acara BNPB yang dihadiri oleh Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, dan saya yakin bahwa semua ini akan berjalan dengan baik dan menghasilkan hal yang baik. Maka saya mohon pamit. Selamat berwebinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Mahfud atas keynote speech tadi yang tentunya itu menjadi rujukan kita semua untuk ke depan. Dan kami sebagai Ketua OJK juga ingin menyampaikan beberapa poin, mungkin kami akan singkat saja. Ya, sekali lagi terima kasih para pembicara dan juga PPATK dalam hal ini sebagai partner kami, dan juga dari UNODC Indonesia, Pak Koli F. Brown juga telah bisa menyempatkan hadir dan memberikan keynote speech. Kami juga sangat menaruh perhatian sebagai otoritas jasa keuangan terjadinya perkembangan yang luar biasa di bidang teknologi, dan teknologi ini sudah mengubah perilaku kita, perilaku masyarakat, dan juga kehidupan kita, terutama dalam masa pandemi COVID ini. Perkembangannya luar biasa, tidak secepat yang kita bayangkan semula. Ini juga setiap masyarakat memanfaatkan hadirnya teknologi dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, dan juga para pebisnis juga mengeksploit teknologi digital ini untuk kepentingan lebih efisien, meng-create profit, dan juga services yang lebih bagus dan harga yang murah. Apalagi Indonesia adalah negara kepulauan dengan 272 juta orang. Hadirnya teknologi ini tentunya kita yakini memberikan manfaat yang besar secara keseluruhan kepada pembangunan bangsa kita ini. Yang tadinya daerah-daerah yang tidak bisa di-serve produk dan services jasa keuangan sekarang ini dengan mudah dilakukan. Masyarakat kecil dan masyarakat juga bisa memanfaatkan adanya teknologi dengan penggunaan gadgets dan juga network yang luas, yang ini juga menjadi komitmen pemerintah untuk masuk ke seluruh jaringan di Indonesia untuk bisa memberikan manfaat terbesar buat bangsa dan negara kita ini. OJK dari awal mendukung adanya inovasi-inovasi digital ini dalam terutama sektor keuangan, sehingga kita memberikan regulasi yang sangat mudah, bahkan akomodatif. Dan ini juga sudah kami sampaikan komitmen pada Bali Fintech Agenda pada saat annual meeting World Bank dan IMF tahun 2018, bahwa kita berkomitmen mendukung perkembangan teknologi baru, dan seluruh dunia melakukan hal yang sama, termasuk di dalamnya adalah pengawasan terhadap APU PPT. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang berbahagia, ini kita tahu bahwa terutama dalam kehidupan kita sehari-hari itu serba teknologi. Kita tidak perlu pergi ke restoran, kita cukup memesan dengan gadget kita. Di sektor keuangan, kita memberikan servis yang luar biasa, transfer tidak perlu datang lagi. Semua bisa dilakukan dengan virtual. Dan namun demikian, ini semua perkembangan ini begitu pesat, sehingga masyarakat kadang-kadang pemahamannya belum utuh. Sangat cepat memutuskan sesuatu, sehingga kadang-kadang menimbulkan dispute antara pengguna dan penyedia jasa berbagai produk, terutama di sektor. Kita paham akhir-akhir ini menjadi diskusi di publik mengenai bagaimana timbulnya produk-produk online, termasuk pinjaman online. Kita sudah, OJK sangat akomodatif dengan membuka yang kita sebut fintech center, dan ada yang kita sebut regulatory center. Jadi apabila ada milenial mau belajar, mau mencoba-coba bisnis itu, silakan datang ke regulatory center. Ya, akan kita pandu, akan kita guide sehingga sekarang ini ada fintech yang kita izini, ya, ini ada 103. Namun demikian kita tahu ya, banyak opportunity bahwa menggunakan ya jasa peer-to-peer lending ini tanpa harus melakukan prosedur yang benar, sehingga ada yang kita sebut illegal, dan akhirnya kita tahu banyak sekali masyarakat-masyarakat yang tidak paham, bahkan tidak bisa membedakan mana legal dan mana yang tidak legal. Belakangan muncul produk-produk digital yang lainnya, ada cryptocurrency, ada crypto aset, ada Bitcoin, yang itu semua adalah produk digital yang tidak ada underlying. Seluruh dunia mengatakan hati-hati, ini sangat risky, risikonya tinggi, dan masyarakat harus sebelum menentukan ya, pilihan-pilihan, ya, ini harus sangat hati-hati dan harus memahami berbagai risikonya yang. Dan keputusan masyarakat untuk membeli atau tidak membeli adalah keputusan masyarakat. Dan juga ini rawan, ya sekali lagi kami tekankan, ini rawan dipergunakan untuk media pencucian uang. Ada kasus, ya, salah satu lembaga keuangan di Indonesia dihack sistemnya dan bisa dibuka apabila harus dibayar sejumlah uang. Ya, dan pembayarannya adalah minta dengan dibayar dengan kripto. Ini fakta. Dan barangkali mungkin bukan hanya satu. Produk-produk itu ya memanfaatkan area yang unregulated. Ya, regulasinya belum ada. Dan ini memang inovasi-inovasi baru ini memanfaatkan kesempatan itu. Ya. Sehingga ada juga masyarakat, ya, ini kesempatan. Ada yang menggunakan media untuk spekulasi. Artinya kalau spekulasi pasti masyarakat-masyarakat yang tidak paham, masyarakat-masyarakat kecil yang menjadi korban, ya, akhirnya menjadi dispute seperti yang terjadi beberapa kasus yang terjadi akhir-akhir ini. Nah, bagaimana rejim APU PPT di Indonesia bahkan dunia ini sedang harus bekerja keras untuk bisa rejim yang ada bisa melakukan atau mengcapture dengan baik ya berbagai risiko-risiko tadi yang bisa menimbulkan violation terhadap prinsip APU PPT di dunia, bahkan bukan hanya di Indonesia tapi di dunia. Nah, ini event ini pada hari ini sangat penting ya, sehingga kami sekali lagi menekankan customer due diligence sangat penting bagi seluruh pelaku keuangan. Ya. Jadi kenali nasabahnya, kenali transaksinya, sebelum betul-betul memberikan servis kepada produk-produk yang mungkin saja tidak dipahami secara baik oleh lembaga atau jasa. Di perbankan, di asuransi, dan di pasar modal jelas ya, ya mana yang dibolehkan, mana yang tidak dibolehkan. Ya. Clear ya, undang-undang perbankan ya, yang pasal 6 sangat jelas mana yang dibolehkan yang dilakukan oleh perbankan. Dan kita harus mengingatkan kepada masyarakat, kita tidak bisa melarang masyarakat karena ini hak pribadi seseorang, silakan aja untuk memutuskan, tapi kenali ya, risikonya dan kenalin manfaatnya dan juga kenalin regulasi. Bapak Menko dan Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, ya, untuk itu ya ini merupakan tantangan yang harus kita tackle bersama. Kami menyambut baik berbagai upaya yang dilakukan oleh PPATK dan seluruh pemangku kepentingan untuk menciptakan ya jurus-jurus baru dengan menggunakan teknologi agar kita bisa mengcapture berbagai risiko-risiko yang tentunya ini bisa membuat efektivitas kerja kita dalam menerapkan APU PPT kita. Ya. Dan untuk itu apalagi kita dalam proses ya, evaluasi oleh FATF ya, dalam mempersiapkan on-site basic mutual evaluation review MER ya, ini kita harus juga siap-siap ya untuk menyampaikan sesuatu yang tentunya ini kita persiapkan bahwa kita siap untuk men-tackle tantangan-tantangan kaitannya dengan perkembangan digital terutama di sektor keuangan. Ada dua hal yang harus kita persiapkan secara bersama, yaitu kita dalam melakukan evaluasi kita dan seluruh sektor keuangan tidak bisa mengandalkan kepada reporting dokumen. Nah, sehingga kita harus menggunakan data yang lebih luas, yang sering kita sebut machine learning dan juga big data analitik. Ini penting. Jadi tidak bisa menggunakan reporting only, ya, karena tidak cukup. Ya. Sehingga banyak informasi secara digital yang tersirkulasikan di masyarakat, ini bisa menjadi bahan kita untuk melakukan, bahkan analisisnya tidak bisa dengan analisis manual seperti yang kita lakukan seperti sekarang. Bisa kita lakukan dengan artificial intelligence. Sangat clear. Dan ini sudah dilakukan di dunia bisnis. Sehingga di dunia bisnis sangat bisa memahami behavior seseorang. Orang ini kesukaannya apa, kebiasaannya apa, warnanya apa sukanya. Kalau pakai mobil, suka mobil yang cc-nya berapa, ketahuan semua. Ya, ini bisa kita gunakan dalam kita untuk menjalankan tugas kita dalam memerangi anti money laundering dan teroris financing. Nah, sehingga dan di samping itu ya tadi data analytical artificial intelligence. Ya. Di samping itu kita menjadi lebih mudah untuk melakukan koordinasi karena data ini freely distributed kepada siapa saja. Ya, sehingga kita mempunyai pemahaman yang sama tentang potensi-potensi risiko itu. Sehingga begitu namanya big data, analytical artificial intelligence ini bisa kita lakukan sharing informasi dan koordinasi dengan baik seluruh pemangku kepentingan di Indonesia. Nah, sebagai penutup, ya, saya mengharapkan partisipasi aktif hadirin sekalian tadi untuk mendiskusikan beberapa hal yang menjadi poin-poin yang menjadi penekanan kami, dan juga saya berharap juga ini nanti tentunya ya, mendapatkan satu kesimpulan yang sebagai bahan ya baik OJK, PPATK, para pelaku sektor keuangan untuk bersama-sama untuk menerapkan rezim ya APU PPT yang lebih efektif lagi ya di Indonesia dan tentunya bisa dipakai seluruh dunia. Dan ini menjadi bahan kita nanti pada waktu kita harus menghadapi merah visit. Demikian, selamat berseminar, semoga menghasilkan informasi-informasi dan kesimpulan-kesimpulan yang berharga buat nanti kita semua. Tentunya ini bermanfaat juga upaya kita dalam memerangi anti money laundering dan terorisme financing. Demikian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wimbo Santoso, for an incredible speech. Ladies and gentlemen, to capture this memorable moment, we would like to invite you to take a virtual picture together. So if you could, please turn on your videos. Okay, so I think everyone is ready. So please follow my count. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, and let's give a round of applause. Honorable speakers, we highly appreciate your time to deliver your remarks and speeches, and if there is another important agenda to attend, you are allowed to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wimbo. Terima kasih, Pak Wimbo, kali. Pak Inawan, sehat semua teman-teman, sukses acaranya.
Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Ivan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the first panel session with the topic AML CFT Digitization, Global Perspective and Lessons Learned from Other Countries. This session will be moderated by an executive analyst from the OJK AML CFT Group. Please welcome Mr. Nelson S.E. Siahaan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Good morning. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce Mr. Alexandru Kasioloyu, UNODC Cybercrime and Cryptocurrency Advisor and Regional Coordinator for Southeast Asia and the Pacific. And second, Mr. Fitriadi Muslim, Director of Law and Acting Deputy for Prevention of PPT. We also welcome all the guests to the webinar, Opportunities, Challenges, and Impacts of Utilizing New Technologies in Strengthening the AML CFT Regime. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to become a moderator of this important event, and I welcome you all to this session with topic of AML CFT Digitizations, Global Perspective, and Lesson Learned from Other Countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the use of technology in financial services is continuously growing in Indonesia and around the world. In addition, the COVID-19 crisis also further boosts demand for remote delivery of financial services, which has a strong relationship with the application of new technology for AML CFT program. And FATF recent working paper, Opportunities and Challenges of New Technology for AML CFT year 2021, define that the use of new technologies seek to increase speed, quality, or efficiency, and to optimize costs in enhancing the AML CFT program compared to the use of traditional methods and processes. Ladies and gentlemen, new technology gives opportunities in terms of increased effectiveness of implementation of AML CFT program, both as supervisory technology, we call it SupTech, and regulatory technology, RegTech. From the financial institutions perspective, the use of new technologies may provide better identification, understanding, and risk management process for MLTF, ability to process and analyze larger data sets in a faster and more accurate manner, more efficient onboarding process, better overall auditing, accountability, and governance capabilities, reduce costs and efficient allocation of human resource into more complex AML CFT areas, and moreover, the use of new technology is also expected to strengthen the prevention efforts against money laundering, terrorist financing, in line with the national risk assessment and sectoral risk assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, in this topic, AML CFT digitization, global perspective, and lesson learned from other countries, we will have presentation from all competent speakers, and after that, we will have a short discussion. Thus, hopefully, we can all comprehend about the growing digitization in AML CFT area and how to apply this new technology in preventing money laundering and terrorist financing commensurate to their risks in Indonesia. Before the presentation begins, let me inform you how the presentation will be going. First, all speakers will be invited to present the material for about 25 minutes. After that, there will be questions and answer session followed by a conclusion. First, let me first read CV for Mr. Alexandru Kasioloyu, UNODC Cybercrime and Cryptocurrency Advisor and Regional Coordinator for Southeast Asia and the Pacific as our first speaker. Mr. Alexandru is the UNODC Cybercrime and Cryptocurrency Advisor and Regional Coordinator for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, based in the regional office in Bangkok, Thailand. In this position, he is responsible for building and strengthening the region's capabilities and response to cybercrime and cybersecurity. He is doing so by providing technical assistance, expertise and capacity building, as well as giving assistance in policymaking and legislative harmonization and representing the United Nations in cybercrime diplomacy matters in the region. Prior to joining UNODC, Mr. Alexandru was a digital crime officer with Interpol Global Complex for Innovation, which based in Singapore. Whilst at Interpol, he spent his initial part of his posting in coordinating cybercrime investigation and the latter part of his posting in building and strengthening the capacity of Interpol member countries in fighting cybercrime. Mr. Alexandru joined the Romanian National Police in the Counter-Organized Crime Brigade in 2007 as cybercrime investigator. In this position, he conducted investigation and intelligence gathering on cybercrime, as well as performing digital forensics examination. Mr. Alexandru originally comes from Constante, Romania, and holds Bachelor of Science of Law and Master of Science in Business Law in Romania. Please welcome Mr. Alexandru to deliver his presentation. Mr. Alexandru, you will have 25 minutes to present your topics. Mr. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. It's a real honor for me to be here today, and I must admit this is the largest online meeting that I've ever taken part in. So allow me to please share my screen. All right. You can see the slides?
Yes, we can see that, Mr. Alexandru.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So, as you rightly mentioned, the paper that came out last year, Opportunities and Challenges of New Technologies for AML CFT by FATF, is a really great guide regarding new technologies that can be used in this field. I just wanted to highlight some of the technologies mentioned in this, such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, of course, natural language processing, distributed ledger technologies, blockchain, basically, API, and so on. So these are some of the new and emerging technologies that actually have been around for quite some time. This paper made a really great job at highlighting how the technologies can be used for AML and CFT. I'd like to, over the next 25 minutes, just go over some of the technologies, some of the risks and opportunities that I see with them. So when we quickly scroll through the latest technology trends of 2022, we will see basically similar technologies being highlighted. Of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning can be used in creating, identifying patterns and helping the investigator, the FIU, the officers, to better understand trends and what's behind transactions, what's behind entities. Edge computing and quantum computing, these are ways to leverage the ever-increasing amount of data that AI has to basically analyze and work with. Virtual reality and augmented reality. I think we can all easily imagine how we're all sitting now from different locations, connecting online. We could be in the near future being connected in a virtual room and actually interacting with each other, but we could be just as well interacting with clients, interacting with entities and doing background checks, being able to understand them in their environment. For example, the metaverse can be very well adapted to suit these needs as well. Then, of course, blockchain has been mentioned by the FATF paper. And we will see in my presentation today how blockchain obviously can help conducting AML and CFT work, because it basically provides a distributed, open, and virtually unchangeable database that can be accessed by all the parties involved and can create a chain of evidence. Of course, the Internet of Things and 5G are also technologies that I think are at the base of this exploding data, the wealth of amount of data that we have today. Just wanted to point out some of the things that I've noticed in the report. For example, what are the main users of new technologies? And to be honest, I was a bit surprised to see that actually big tech and internet-based firms are not the biggest users of new technologies, but actually the multinational financial institutions are the biggest percentage of adopters of new technologies. And this is a great example on how actually supervisory work, AML, CFT work can also leverage these technologies, as financial institutions are already some of the biggest adopters in this field. I'd like to come back to one of the items discussed, Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, the network of physical objects, physical and now more and more virtual objects, devices, vehicles, buildings, all the things around us that have electronics, software, sensors, and that are connected and talking to each other. What are these? All of these devices, all of these items are basically creating the data, that we are using and feeding into artificial intelligent algorithms to really make sense of them and to really help us in the supervisory and AML CFT work. So we're basically talking about all the devices around us. Internet of Things start with our smartphones, then they move on, they continue with our smart cars, and in the near, not too distant future, autonomous cars, wearable tech, smart houses, smart cities. So all of these devices are constantly talking to each other and are constantly creating data. So this data is what we're really talking about when we're talking about new technologies, are different technologies that enable us to really make sense of this data, to analyze it, and to store it in a secure, unchangeable way, so that we can analyze it and come up with a risk assessment for AML and CFT work. So basically, everything that we do creates traces and leaves data behind. And based on this principle, we are creating these tools, these new technologies that analyze this data. So this is what we call the digital exhaust that we leave behind. Unfortunately, it's not only governments and not only tech companies that are analyzing this data. We have to think also from the perspective of the criminal, of the bad element. They are also out there, and they are also leveraging and using these new technologies for their own purposes. So we'll also discuss a bit today about the risks of using new technologies and some of the issues that can come up with these tools. And of course, when we talk about online and about data and about Internet of Things, we actually come back to privacy, right? We all need to understand that because of these principles of privacy, we have access to the data, but we also need to think about these privacy principles and data protection when we're working with this data. And some of the highest risks involved with new technologies come back to regulation and data privacy. I'm just showing here some of the nicely illustrated principles of online privacy. And just for you to understand that, obviously, we leave traces all the time. Whatever we do, we move through the city, we use a GPS app, we're doing online shopping, we're accessing various platforms, and all of this data stays there. Once you're sharing images, photos, whatever you're sharing about your life, about your family, it's out there, and it's going to be analyzed and gathered by companies, by governments, but also by criminals. So we need to understand these principles, because these are actually things that will help us in our supervisory work. When we're conducting investigations, we can gather a wealth of information and of data if, and of course, when we go through the legal channels and respecting all the privacy issues involved. So these are some of the things that actually the artificial intelligence is using. Artificial intelligence, machine learning is using all this data. And of course, it needs a lot of data. The more data it has, the better and more accurate their results can be. But we have to think about the fact that this data can be skewed. So it's not always that the data is as good as we want it to be. And unfortunately, these results are also only as good as the data that comes into it. So these are some of the big problems that we have with training machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence. We need access to as much data as possible and as accurate data as possible. You may have seen discussions around artificial intelligence, racism, or different type of bias being built into artificial intelligence, and that can be sometimes unintentional, and is based on the fact that only certain amount of data is available. For example, not all the people, not all the sectors of the population are connected to these platforms, and we can't get an accurate data on everybody. So we only represent a small segment of society, and only based on that data, we can actually make these predictions. So these are some of the things that you should think about when you are starting to use new technologies and AI-driven algorithms in this AML CFT work. You may happen to see that there's only a small percentage of, target that you're looking at, because the rest of majority might be a lot bigger, but are not present on these platforms. So some of the main benefits of the use of new technologies, and these have been discussed and mentioned before in the keynote. Obviously, we can have AML and CFT, higher effectiveness, better risk management, cost savings, and so on. But again, we need to think also about what are the costs and what are the potential risks in this field. Just to show you an example that you may think is not related, right? We have these so-called click farms, and these are spreading throughout the region, throughout Southeast Asia, but particularly in Indonesia and the Philippines. We have basically people clicking on screens, and what they actually do is they are creating data, and they are driving the data towards a certain perspective, right? You may look at, for example, a client, an entity, a person, and try to come up with a risk pattern based on their choices, based on their likes, but you may not realize that maybe a lot of these persons' environment are actually bots or people from these click farms that are sending them towards a particular direction. And these click farms are being used to steer online discussions towards advertising, towards products, but also towards ideologies. So a lot of these click farms are being used to create political effect and being used for disinformation. So these are some things that you need to think about when you are doing this analysis and when you are using these AI tools. For example, you can go online and buy a big number of Instagram followers. What would that help you? Well, it would help you if you want to be some, teen Instagram influencer, but it can also help you if you are somebody that is drawing a lot of attention towards funding of certain activities that actually are linked to terrorism. You need to be seen as an influencer, and you need to be seen as somebody having a large amount of following online. So these are some of the things that you can buy online. As you know, Southeast Asia is one of the most, is gradually becoming one of the most connected region to the internet. And of course, Indonesia has the most users on the internet in the region. Being online represents huge advantages, but also it can cause a lot of issues with the data that you are providing and that you are sharing. And all of these data that all these people are are constantly developing and producing online is very, very valuable. We can see that data breaches are becoming more and more common. Big companies and government agencies, for example, the Singapore health database was breached a couple of years ago, and all data, personal information about people, personal identifiable information, all types of other financial associated data, opening remarks, the darknet was mentioned, and you can find all of this data about people. So this is on one hand, one area to look for when you're conducting the AML, CFT, and the supervisory work, but also is an area where criminals and bad elements will look to take this data and use it for their own gain. So cost of data reaches in million per country. We can see in ASEAN is roughly around 2 million per country. What are some of the most interesting information that criminals are looking for? Obviously, consumer and financial information. And what can you do with this data? Well, you can build a profile. You can build a profile for a company, for an entity, for a person. Again, biometrics, facial recognition, these are some of the new technologies that are very efficient in the field of conducting investigation, conducting supervisory and AML work. And we've seen that as artificial intelligence advances, they're getting much and much better at really identifying specific types of persons, of faces associated with biometrics and recognition, facial recognition. We also have digital IDs. Why do we need all of these new tech tools? Well, if you just go on the darknet and do a very quick search, you'll find wide availability of all types of IDs and passports from whatever country you want. If you've ever tried to get on recently on an online platform or set up an account with a crypto exchange, you've been asked to provide a photo ID, and your photo, a lot of influencing on social media or steering discourse. Initially, they were being used for commercial purposes, steering people towards different products, but then they started being used towards political reasons, towards political gains as well. So,
Alexandru, you have 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I have, for example, there is a new type of crime that is evolving in the region, and that is synthetic identity fraud. This is when criminals are using all of these data, personal identifiable information, and creating a person, an online persona that they then use to actually gain access to financial tools. And this is some of the things that we have to do to prevent that. Link the investigations and the review that we do online with the physical addresses and phone numbers and so on. So this is just an example of how the supervisory work can be done in this field. Now, of course, we talked about cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies have been used for various purposes, but more and more for criminal use. And we discussed that blockchain can be one of the tools that can help us in providing AML and CFT work. How are we doing that? I'm going to skip just a couple of slides to get to something where to show you how we can do AML work based on blockchain analytic tools. We look at the entity, we look at the specific address, and there are risks associated with that. Some are terrorism financing, normative rules, but then some are risks associated with the specific address. Where are the funds coming from? And based on that, we can put together a risk profile and a scoring. So to close, what are some of the challenges in working with implementation of new technologies? I would like to just point you to the top 3 biggest ones, which are, of course, regulatory, data privacy and protection, and data quality. So these are getting back to the data. What is the common element to supervisory activities? having accurate data, having access to the data, and having lawful access to the data. So with that, just I'd like to wrap up my presentation, just to highlight that it's very important to understand all these environments, all the new technologies, but also understand the risks and the biases that can be built into this technology. So thank you very much. Looking forward for the discussions, and if there's any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you very much for such an incredible presentation, Mr. Alexandru. We give big applause to Mr. Alexandru.
Terima kasih.
We have highlighted from the presentation that there are increased use in new technologies in investigating trends and what's behind the transactions. And Internet Things and 5G provide robust data. This data need to be analyzed, and we should also be aware that data analysis is also conducted by criminals. And artificial intelligence that are used also need accurate and huge data so that it can be useful. And there are costs of data breach and data theft that is make a big burden. And this data theft and data breach should be overcome. And blockchain also help AML CFT works, as one of it is in AML risk scoring. Thank you, Mr. Alexandru. Now we come to the second speaker, Bapak Fitriadi. I speak in bahasa. Kami mengundang sekarang Bapak Fitriadi Muslim dari PPATK. Kami sampaikan dulu sedikit CV singkat dari Bapak Fitriadi Muslim. Bapak Fitriadi saat ini menjabat sebagai Direktur Hukum PPATK dan sekarang bertindak sebagai PLT Deputi Pencegahan PPATK. Pak Fitriadi memulai karirnya di PPATK sejak tahun 2005 sebagai perancang perundang-undangan senior. Sebelum bergabung dengan PPATK, Bapak Fitriadi adalah Kepala Seksi Hukum Pidana dan Hukum Perdata Internasional pada Departemen Hukum dan HAM Republik Indonesia. Bapak Fitriadi memperoleh gelar Sarjana Hukum dari Universitas Andalas dan gelar Magister Hukum dari Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Fitriadi memiliki waktu 25 menit untuk memaparkan presentasinya. Waktu dan tempat kami persilakan, Bapak.
Terima kasih, Bang Nelson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam bahagia, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Sekali lagi, kami dari PPATK menyampaikan ucapan selamat kepada OJK dan juga UNODC yang telah menyerahkan kegiatan yang sangat penting ini. Tak lupa kami juga menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih, apresiasi, dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya sudah melibatkan PPATK. Tadi mengundang Kepala PPATK untuk memberikan sambutan, dan juga saat ini pada sesi saya ini kami diberikan kesempatan juga untuk menyampaikan pandangan mengenai pemanfaatan new technology dalam pencegahan, dalam mencegah dan memberantas tindak pidana pencucian uang dan pendanaan terorisme. Saya juga ingin menyapa Pak Alexandru yang tadi sudah menyampaikan paparan dengan sangat baik, serta seluruh peserta webinar yang cukup banyak saya kenal ya. Mohon maaf saya tidak menyebutkan satu persatu tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat. Pada kesempatan ini kami akan menyampaikan 4 hal. Yang pertama itu mengenai sharing sedikit mengenai hasil National Risk Assessment kita tahun 2021. Kemudian membahas mengenai regulatory technology atau RegTech, dan juga supervisory technology atau SupTech, dan yang terakhir membahas menguraikan mengenai digital transformation khusus untuk ataupun khusus di area FIU dan juga law enforcement. Nah, fokus pembahasan ini mudah-mudahan juga dapat menunjukkan pada kita semua mengenai perlunya memanfaatkan new technology ya, seiring dengan perkembangan yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh para pembicara ya, termasuk Pak Ivan, Pak Wimbo, dan juga Pak Menko terkait dengan perkembangan new technology saat ini. Baik, yang pertama terkait dengan penilaian risiko. Berdasarkan hasil dokumen penilaian risiko yang sudah kita lakukan ya, menunjukkan bahwa teknologi financial dan juga virtual asset ya merupakan emerging threat ya di dalam penilaian risiko yang sudah dilakukan oleh Indonesia. Ini juga menunjukkan bahwa kita perlu mengantisipasi agar financial technology ataupun virtual asset ini ya tidak disalahgunakan untuk pencucian uang. Kemudian kaitan dengan emerging threat ya, tingkat ancaman, hasil penilaian risiko kita juga menunjukkan bahwa di 2021 ya aset kripto ya masuk sebagai emerging threat ya dalam kajian yang dilakukan teridentifikasi emerging threat TPU ya, yaitu ancaman baru berupa modus yang dianggap berpotensi berkembang sebagai sarana pencucian uang, dan berdasarkan hasil NRA TPPU tahun 2015 ya, jadi ini tetap hasilnya dari 2015 kemudian 2021 diketahui bahwa virtual currency ataupun crypto asset sebagai emerging threat di Indonesia. Hal ini disebabkan penggunaan Bitcoin di Indonesia juga sudah berkembang sedemikian rupa ya dalam bentuk mata uang kripto yang digunakan, bahkan sudah digunakan ya untuk alternatif pembayaran transaksi properti, kemudian kendaraan mewah serta akomodasi. Di sebelah kanan kita menunjukkan beberapa liputan media ya menunjukkan hal tersebut. Baik. Kemudian ini gambaran mengenai hasil penilaian risiko TPPU 2020-2021 ya. Kalau dari sisi tindak pidana asal yang banyak melahirkan TPPU, teridentifikasi korupsi dan juga narkotika masih yang paling berisiko tinggi ya. Bahkan korupsi itu ini skalanya 1 sampai 9. Korupsi itu berada pada tingkat risiko yang tertinggi atau 9 ya. Kemudian untuk narkotika juga tertinggi, masuk dalam kategori berisiko tinggi dengan nilai 7,24. Kemudian dari sisi pelaku ya, hasil national assessment kita juga menunjukkan bahwa korporasi itu sebagai berisiko tinggi untuk melakukan TPPU ya. Ini juga sama, korporasi dari skala 1 sampai 9 masuk dalam tingkat berisiko tertinggi ya atau nilai 9. Kemudian persorangan juga tinggi ya. Untuk korporasi ini tentu ada dua potensinya ya, untuk kaitan dengan TPPU bisa digunakan sebagai sarana pencucian uang, juga bisa dijadikan sebagai media pencucian uang. Baik, kemudian ini tingkat kerentanan ataupun level of kerentanan daripada fintech ya. Dari penilaian risiko yang dilakukan juga menunjukkan bahwa diantaranya layanan crowdfunding berbasis ekuitas atau security crowdfunding yaitu masuk dalam tingkat risiko menengah. Yang menarik adalah penyelenggara P2P lending ini rendah ya, tapi di ancaman cukup tinggi. Kemudian dari sisi risiko TPPU menurut tipologi ini juga menunjukkan bahwa penggunaan fintech ya sebagai modus yang berkembang. Baik, lanjut. Nah, kaitan dengan risiko-risiko yang sudah dipaparkan tersebut, PPATK memang mendorong untuk memanfaatkan new technology dalam memitigasi risiko money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme ya. Risiko money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme ada beberapa area ya pemanfaatan new technology yang perlu didorong. Yang pertama itu adalah regulatory fintech. Ini lebih banyak terkait dengan sisi reporting parties ya. Kita harapkan penggunaan regtech ini bisa meningkatkan kemampuan daripada reporting parties, penyedia jasa keuangan ya, untuk dapat menerapkan CDD secara lebih efektif, kemudian pelaporan juga secara lebih efektif dan juga real time. Kemudian yang kedua, area yang juga didorong oleh PPATK adalah penerapan supervisory technology. Ini dari sisi lembaga pengawas pengatur, kita berharap pengawasan yang dilakukan juga sudah menerapkan supervisory technology sehingga menjadi lebih efektif ya, kaitan dengan pengawasan penerapan APU program APU PPT dan juga termasuk di dalamnya pelaporan kepada PPATK ini bisa dilaksanakan dengan baik dan juga real time. Kemudian yang ketiga, pemanfaatan teknologi dalam konteks memitigasi resiko money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme. Kita juga mendorong dilakukannya, diterapkannya digital transformation dalam beberapa hal di PPATK kita bisa tunjukkan ya, misalnya penerapan GoML yang sudah berjalan saat ini, termasuk juga kaitan dengan pencegahan dan pemberantasan pendanaan terorisme. Kita juga sudah membangun aplikasi si pendar ya. Nanti kita akan jelaskan ini manfaatnya dari sisi FIU dan juga dari sisi penegak hukum. Kita masuk kemudian ke slide berikutnya terkait dengan manfaat regtech ya. Jadi sekali lagi kaitan dengan memitigasi risiko money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme, PPATK mendorong penerapan regulatory technology yang manfaatnya cukup banyak ya, diantaranya efisiensi. Kita meyakini penerapan regulatory technology ini juga dapat mereduce tidak hanya biaya ya, tapi juga human resources ya. Penerapan regulatory ini akan mendorong efisiensi. Kemudian yang kedua, penerapan regtech ini juga ya dapat mendorong data analisis yang lebih maju lagi ya, karena tadi yang sebagaimana disampaikan ini sudah dimasukkan ya data-datanya, sehingga data analisisnya menjadi lebih maju ya. Kemudian manfaat yang lain adalah meningkatkan tingkat kepatuhan ya, dan juga meningkatkan market stability penerapan regulatory technology ini. Kemudian manfaat lain ada fleksibilitas ya. Ini kaitannya dengan memitigasi risiko money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme. Kita juga akan penerapan regulatory technology ini dapat melihat ya secara jelas nanti kebutuhan-kebutuhan yang ada, termasuk juga perubahan-perubahan behavior changing yang terjadi dalam kaitannya dengan memitigasi risiko money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme. Manfaat lain dari penerapan regulatory technology adalah pelaporan yang real time ya, kemudian assurance, deteksi mengenai pola-pola transaksi dan juga profil pelaku ataupun customer ini bisa terlihat dengan baik ya, terdeteksi dengan baik. Tentunya meningkatkan kaitan dengan mitigasi risiko money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme. Kemudian kita juga meyakini penerapan regulatory technology ini dapat meningkatkan kepuasan daripada pengguna jasa atau customer. Bisa dibayangkan kalau ini masih dilakukan secara manual ya, semuanya sudah sebenarnya basisnya sudah teknologi, tapi kalau misalnya kaitan misalnya dengan pembukaan rekening misalnya gitu ya, yang masih lama harus menunggu, kemudian proses verifikasi, kemudian seluruhnya ya kaitan dengan identifikasi, verifikasi itu masih dilakukan secara manual, tentu ini akan menyebabkan proses secara lama ya, dan tentu akan menimbulkan ketidakpuasan daripada customer. Kemudian regulatory technology kami meyakini juga akan meningkatkan market surveillance ya yang ada. Kemudian kaitan dengan enabler regulatory technology, kami melihat ada 4 hal yang perlu ada untuk dapat mengoptimalkan penerapan regulatory technology ini. Yang pertama tentu yang sangat penting adalah adanya massive data set ya yang ada. Nah ini juga harus bisa manfaatkan, mengkombinasikan data-data yang structure yang di-provide, yang disediakan misalnya oleh otoritas yang berwenang ya, yang mungkin bisa diakses. Kemudian termasuk juga data-data yang unstructured data ya, yang di open sources ini harus bisa juga dimanfaatkan data-data tersebut ya dalam satu set ya, masif data ya, big data, kemudian pemanfaatan secara kombinasi. Kemudian yang kedua, untuk mendorong regulatory framework yang optimal ya, kunci pendorong yang juga penting itu adalah adanya data injection. Ini sangat penting ya, agar rektek itu bisa lebih optimal. Kemudian yang ketiga, perlu adanya integration antara pengambilan keputusan yang dilakukan ya dalam level-level tertentu, mungkin pengambilan keputusan itu harus dilakukan secara human ya, tidak oleh mesin ya, untuk misalnya untuk kaitan dengan yang berisiko-risiko tinggi ya. Nah ini harus bisa diintegrasikan secara baik ya workflows-nya. Kemudian yang ketiga, real-time model simulation dan juga assessment, itu juga hal yang sangat penting untuk mewujudkan rektek yang optimal. Lanjut, kami melihat landscape rektek untuk AML CFT program areas itu cukup banyak ya, cukup luas berdasarkan referensi yang kami lihat. Tapi kami melihat setidaknya ada 5 program area yang untuk tahap pertama ini kita bisa prioritaskan ya untuk diterapkan rekteknya. Yang pertama rektek untuk risk assessment ya, untuk penilaian risiko. Apabila ini bisa dimiliki ya, dilakukan secara teknologi dengan rektek tersebut, ini akan sangat efektif untuk melihat menilai risiko-risiko yang ada ya. Kemudian yang kedua, area kaitan dengan identifikasi dan verifikasi. Ini juga sangat penting ya di area di zaman sekarang ya. Perlu ada proses identifikasi dan verifikasi yang efektif ya. Karena itu pemanfaatan rektek dalam konteks melakukan identifikasi dan verifikasi ini sangat penting. Kemudian rektek untuk area monitoring profile. Ini juga perlu didorong ya. Kemudian yang keempat, rektek untuk mendeteksi unusual transaction. Ini juga akan sangat membuat tadi ya lebih efektif, lebih efisien. Kaitan dengan identifikasi dan verifikasi, saya kembali ke yang dua ya. Area yang kedua perlu ditekankan bahwa ternyata memang single ID kemudian iktp belum merupakan solusi, tidak menjadi solusi satu-satunya ya, apalagi sekarang ini masih banyak penggunaan identitas palsu ya. Karena itu penerapan rektek kaitan dengan identifikasi dan verifikasi ini sangat penting. Dan yang terakhir rektek dalam kaitan untuk mendeteksi pola ya, dan juga membuild red flag, ya, itu sangat penting. Ini kira-kira 5 area rektek ya yang kita dorong di prioritas utama ya. Lanjut. Kemudian hal yang juga tidak kalah penting ya, ini kaitan dengan masalah digital ID ya. Ini kelihatannya menjadi sangat mutlak ya di beberapa negara. Memang digital ID itu banyak di-provide oleh swasta ya. Tapi adanya digital ID akan mendorong itu tadi semua ya, kaitan dengan memitigasi risiko AML dan CFT. Nah, kaitan dengan penerapan digital ID, hal-hal yang perlu diperhatikan ya, ada 2 komponen yang perlu diperhatikan. Yang pertama kaitan dengan identity proofing ya, proofing yang memadai ya, itu juga perlu dilakukan ya. Nanti ketika pihak yang mengajukan permohonan itu permohonannya perlu dilihat ya, data-datanya divalidasi kemudian diverifikasi hingga kemudian bisa diberikan ID ya sebagai identitas yang bersangkutan. Kemudian komponen yang kedua ini terkait dengan autentifikasi ya, cycle. Nah, ini juga sangat penting ya, bagaimana data-data yang disampaikan itu bisa terkoneksi misalnya dengan identitas-identitas lain seperti KTP ya, kemudian SIM misalnya ataupun paspor ya. Kemudian berikutnya kita masuk ke area pengawasan ya. Pengawasan memang ini juga mutlak harus dilakukan, apalagi kita juga sudah menetapkan financial technology, kemudian SCV sebagai pihak pelapor ya, dengan pola karakteristiknya tersebut. Memang pengawasan mutlak harus juga dilakukan sejalan dengan karakter financial technology tersebut ya. Untuk itu, untuk involving pengawasan AML CFT, hal yang penting juga diperhatikan adalah kaitan dengan masalah subteknya ya, melakukan scanning secara proaktif dan juga targeted untuk area tertentu ya. Ini juga akan jadi sangat penting. Jadi memang perlu dilakukan thematic supervision ya secara efektif. Kemudian yang kedua menjaga update data ya, kaitan dengan tren money laundering dan juga TF ya, yang dapat di capture. Kemudian ketiga engaging. Nah, ini ada engaging private sector ya, untuk bisa consult dan juga dalam kaitan dengan pertukaran informasi. Kemudian yang terakhir kaitan dengan investing, ini juga memang subtek ini memerlukan investasi yang tidak sedikit ya, investasi baik dari sisi infrastruktur ya, maupun juga kaitan dengan human ataupun people untuk dapat beradaptasi dengan tren-tren yang berkembang. Kemudian pemanfaatan subtek ya secara robust kaitan dengan AML compliance ya. Ini ada yang yang diawasi, harus mencakup keduanya ya, baik yang diawasi maupun yang tidak diawasi ya. Itu harus bisa di-cover ya. Kemudian penegakan atau enforcement terhadap pihak yang diawasi ya, atau berada dalam pengawasan, ini maksudnya yang secara formal ya, dalam pengawasan maupun yang unsupervised, ini harus bisa juga di capture seluruhnya. Nah, kemudian ini mungkin tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Andrew ya, soal peluang dan juga manfaat digital transformation. Di bagian terakhir kita melihat bahwa digital transformation itu memiliki manfaat yang sangat besar ya. Dan dari laporan FATF di 2021, manfaatnya itu bisa dari sisi investigation, kemudian penilaian risiko maupun juga pertukaran informasi ya. Dari sisi kecepatan, efisiensi dan akurasi, penerapan digital transformation ini akan bisa mewujudkan itu semua ya, kecepatan, efisiensi dan juga akurasi. Kemudian ini manfaat penggunaan teknologi dari sisi FIU dan juga penegakan hukum ya, atau law enforcement area. Yang pertama, robotic process automation for data validation ya, dan juga cleaning ya, ini bisa dilakukan. Kemudian data warehouse yang akan sangat banyak, sangat lengkap. Kita bisa lihat misalnya kaitan dengan di si pendar ya, semua memiliki kesempatan untuk berkontribusi memperluas data ya, data-data termasuk dari penyedia jasa keuangan sendiri ya. Ini akan meningkatkan data yang sangat banyak ya. Kemudian aggregating microdata ya, yang bisa dikomunikasikan. Kemudian real data secara streaming. Kemudian yang terakhir alert secara otomatis ya, itu juga bisa terbangun dengan workflows yang jelas ya, proses workshop yang jelas. Lanjut, terakhir challenges digital transformation di FIU dan juga area penegakan hukum ya. Kita lihat memang soal resources ini masih menjadi tantangan ya. Kemudian data quality, kemudian creating solution ini juga masih menjadi problem yang kita hadapi. Kemudian workflow untuk re-engineering ya, merupakan challenges juga, tantangan yang kita hadapi. Kemudian data information security ini juga masih menjadi isu yang tidak mudah pada kaitannya dengan penerapan digital transformation. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah mengadopsi tantangan untuk bisa dimanfaatkan ya dalam konteks analisis dan juga penegakan hukum. Tapi kita meyakini ya penerapan digital transformation ini sesuatu yang tidak bisa dihindari ya, penerapan platform aplikasi dalam kaitannya dengan pertukaran informasi ya, itu apabila bisa dibangun di platform yang efektif ya, ini juga akan meningkatkan efektivitas kerja daripada FIU dan juga penegak hukum. Kemudian bagaimana memitigasi risiko di era new technology. Kita tetap meyakini bahwa pelaporan oleh pihak pelapor ya, itu sesuatu yang penting untuk terus dilakukan ya, termasuk penerapan customer due diligence, kemudian penerapan travel law requirement, kemudian kami juga terus mendorong ya ada pembatasan transaksi tunai ya yang dilakukan. Kita sedang juga mendorong ditetapkannya ada undang-undang yang mengatur tentang pembatasan transaksi uang kartal ya. Ini tentu akan sangat bisa memitigasi risiko money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme di era teknologi. Kemudian membangun watchdog ya untuk memonitor peer-to-peer transaction. Ini juga salah satu yang akan terus kita dorong ya. Ada watchdog ya. Kemudian memproduce red flag ya, kemudian red flag indikator baik di sisi otoritas maupun di sisi reporting parties ya. Ada red flag kemarin PPTK juga mendorong bersama-sama dengan OJK pembentukan PPP Indonesia ya, public-private partnership ya. Dan kita juga sudah berhasil menyusun operational alert kaitan dengan transaksi modus penipuan ya, penipuan dengan modus BEC, serta juga mendeteksi transaksi-transaksi terkait dengan narkotika ya. Nah, kalau akan kita bisa menghasilkan operational alert, red flag indicator, ini akan sangat efektif ya untuk memitigasi risiko money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme di era teknologi ini. Kemudian yang terakhir ya, meningkatkan kemampuan FIU dan juga enforcement agency, law enforcement agency (LEA) untuk bisa mendeteksi money laundering dan pendanaan terorisme ya melalui new technology ini. Mau tidak mau ya memang human resources ya, sumber daya manusia di FIU dan juga di penegak hukum itu juga harus tingkatan. Mereka juga harus bisa mengikuti perkembangan ya, tren-tren money laundering di era teknologi ini. Ini juga tantangan yang tidak mudah ya, meningkatkan kapasitas daripada FIU sendiri dan juga law enforcement untuk bisa mendeteksi money laundering dan juga pendanaan terorisme melalui new technology. Itu mungkin sebagai bahan paparan pengantar ya untuk nanti kita bisa kembangkan dalam diskusi. Terima kasih, saya kembalikan ke Bang Nelson.
Terima kasih Bapak Fitriadi atas pemaparan yang informatif dan mencerahkan bagi kita sekalian. Mari kita beri aplaus yang meriah kepada Bapak Fitriadi. Kami mencatat dari presentasi yang disampaikan bahwa pidana terkait dengan financial technology dan penggunaan virtual assets, cryptocurrency telah menjadi ancaman baru di Indonesia. Dan ini juga sudah sesuai dengan NRA TPPU dari tahun 2015 hingga yang terbaru di tahun 2021. Dan untuk memitigasi risiko pencucian uang dan pendanaan terorisme perlu memanfaatkan new technology berupa regtech, subtech, dan juga berupa transformasi digital. Pemanfaatan new technology untuk memitigasi money laundering, terrorist financing risk berupa regtech tadi juga sudah disampaikan, subtech, dan ini akan semua memberikan manfaat dalam pelaksanaan program APU PPT. Dan Bapak Fitriadi juga menyampaikan perlunya ada hal-hal berupa key enablers untuk pemanfaatan new technologies, untuk regtech khususnya. Dan sama seperti yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Alexandru, Pak Fitriadi juga kembali menekankan perlunya dataset dalam jumlah besar dan tentunya akurat. Dan dalam area regtech yang perlu diperhatikan adalah dalam hal risk assessment, identifikasi dan verifikasi, memonitor profil dan mendeteksi unusual transaction, serta dalam penggunaan intelligence berupa mendeteksi pola. Lalu juga Bapak Fitriadi tadi menyampaikan untuk mengakselerasi digital ID untuk memperbaiki proses KYC. Dalam pemanfaatan digital ID ini ada peluang dan manfaat berupa digital transformation, sesuai dengan report FATF tadi juga disampaikan, berupa pemberian kecepatan, efisiensi, dan akurasi dalam investigasi, penilaian risiko, dan pertukaran informasi. Bapak Fitriadi juga tadi menjelaskan manfaat dari new technologies bagi FIU dan bagi lembaga penegak hukum lainnya. Dan tantangan dalam transformasi digital bagi FIU adalah dalam hal resource, berupa resource, kualitas data, data securities, workflow, dan beberapa hal lainnya. Terakhir juga Bapak Fitriadi menyampaikan bentuk-bentuk mitigasi risiko penggunaan new technology seperti kewajiban ambang batas transaksi, berupa kas, mungkin pembentukan watchdog untuk memonitor transaksi, dan beberapa hal juga tadi disebutkan. Kira-kira demikian yang saya dapat sampaikan untuk yang disampaikan oleh Bapak Fitriadi. Sekarang kita masuk kepada sesi tanya-jawab. Di sini kami membuka pertanyaan. Baik, di sini kami sudah memperoleh pertanyaan. Pertama, kami sampaikan, tindak pidana narkotika dan korupsi sudah menjadi tindak pidana berisiko dalam beberapa NRA hingga saat ini. Bagaimana penggunaan new technologies dapat dimanfaatkan untuk mengatasi risiko tindak pidana ini, baik dari sisi regulator dan pengawas, serta dari PJK? Mungkin pertanyaan ini bisa nanti dijawab oleh Bapak Fitriadi. Kami persilakan.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaan yang disampaikan. Betul sekali, hasil penilaian risiko kita menunjukkan bahwa tindak pidana korupsi dan juga narkotika itu merupakan tindak pidana asal yang berisiko tinggi ya diikuti dengan tindak pidana pencucian uang. Dan tentu dalam kaitan dengan upaya menyembunyikan dan menyamarkan proceeds of crime ya, ataupun uang aset yang merupakan hasil dari tindak pidana korupsi dan narkotika, mereka akan para pelaku kejahatan ini akan menggunakan berbagai cara untuk memastikan hasil kejahatan itu tidak terdeteksi ya. Kemudian mereka bisa menikmati hasil kejahatan itu secara leluasa, dan kemudian juga tentu mereka juga berharap ini bisa menghindari mereka dari resiko untuk dimintakan pertanggungjawaban. Nah, perkembangan financial technology yang ada ini tentu akan juga mereka manfaatkan ya. Tadi saya sudah menyampaikan hasil penilaian risiko kita juga menunjukkan bahwa financial technology, kemudian aset kripto, yaitu juga bisa mereka gunakan ya untuk melakukan upaya-upaya pencucian uang yang sejatinya berasal dari tindak pidana korupsi dan narkotika. Dan tentu kita juga meyakini ini nanti akan ada tidak hanya pelaku korupsinya ya ataupun TPPU-nya, tapi juga beberapa melibatkan pihak-pihak tertentu ya. Karena itu kita juga perlu mengantisipasi pemanfaatan, misalnya kita menyebutnya professional money laundering ya, pihak-pihak yang bisa merekayasa, kemudian juga mendukung upaya penyamaran hasil tindak pidana korupsi ini melalui penyembunyian penyamaran dengan memanfaatkan new technology ataupun financial teknologi ya. Antisipasi yang sudah kita lakukan, pertama kita sudah menetapkan financial teknologi ataupun fintech ya, penyelenggara layanan berbasis teknologi, layanan keuangan berbasis teknologi sebagai reporting parties ya. Sudah ada peraturan pemerintah nomor 61 tahun 2021 ya, yang menetapkan financial technology sebagai pihak pelapor. Artinya mereka berkewajiban untuk menerapkan juga prinsip mengenali pengguna jasa ya, CDD, KYC harus diterapkan kepada nasabah-nasabahnya ya. Nah itu tadi ya, ini konteksnya ya, financial technology. Tentu penerapan KYC, CDD itu juga harus sejalan dengan karakter daripada fintech ini ya. Dan OJK juga sudah mengatur soal itu ya, termasuk penerapan kalau apabila diperlukan ada face recognition, untuk kemudian face to face meeting ya secara teknologi ya, yang juga dimanfaatkan ya. Jadi fintech sudah harus menerapkan itu sekarang ya, punya kewajiban untuk menerapkan KYC, CDD, IDD ya, dan juga melaksanakan kewajiban pelaporan manakala ada transaksi mencurigakan yang memang harus dilaporkan kepada PPATK itu yang sudah ada ya. Kemudian peer to peer lending, atau kemudian SCV itu juga sudah menjadi pihak pelapor ya. Mudah-mudahan ini juga mendorong mereka untuk tadi yang kita sampaikan, kita mendorong penerapan rektek, kemudian pengawasan secara subtek ya, kemudian ada transformation, digital transformation untuk mengefektifkan kerja-kerja dari otoritas yang berwenang. Mudah-mudahan menjawab apa yang tadi ditanyakan.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Fitriadi atas jawabannya yang mencerahkan. Selanjutnya kami memperoleh pertanyaan di sini dari Bapak Putu Deni. This question is to Mr. Alexandru. How to use blockchain in AML CFT program? I understand that you have explained it a little bit in your presentations. Maybe you can elaborate more. Please, Mr. Alexandru.
All right, thank you. Can you just repeat the first part? I haven't heard because I think they were switching from the
Yes. How to use blockchain in AML CFT program? Yes, you have explained it a little bit in your presentations, but maybe you can elaborate more. This is questions from Bapak Putudeni.
Sure, sure. No, I think that's definitely a great question. I think blockchain can be used in multiple ways. First one, and just also linking back to the first question, we see that obviously drugs are creating a lot of wealth that needs to be laundered. We see cryptocurrencies being used more and more, especially from drugs being sold online and on the dark nets, but also cybercrime is increasingly becoming very lucrative business, and more specifically ransomware. Just in 2020, 2 years ago already, ransomware cost the world around $20 billion. So all that has to be laundered, and usually is laundered in cryptocurrencies. So basically, as AML, CFT, and law enforcement investigations, we need to learn to use the blockchain and to understand how to trace these transactions on the blockchain. This is some of the work that UNODC is doing with countries all around the region. And we were engaged with Indonesia even further this year. But only that's only part of the issue. So tracing transactions and being able to conduct these investigations on the blockchain. But we need to have regulation in place for that. When we are able to trace these transactions, it leads to an end point, an exit point, where cryptocurrencies are being transformed into fiat currency. So at those exit and entry points, we need to have regulators to enact proper regulations and to have these blockchain analytic tools as well to be able to link these funds to illegal transactions and to drugs and to terrorism financing. Another way that blockchain can be used is by actually creating a distributed ledger, a database that can be held jointly by government and by financial institutions, and that can be fed into in a distributed way, such as the blockchain works. It's basically packets of data that are encrypted and added to a chain in blocks, and then there is a hash value created. So basically, we can't change these blocks, and then this can ensure a blockchain-based database that is nationwide, that is shared by financial and government institutions. And then when you onboard a client, you can all check this database. And so this is another way that blockchain can be used. I hope that answers the question, but happy to give more details.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kasiloyu. Hope that it helps, it explains. And another question from you. This is from Ibu Heni. Her question is, how urgent or important is regulation and supervision for crypto assets in terms of security, utility, or currency in relation to AML CFT program? What factors that should be in considerations for authority or for countries in regulating these crypto assets? Please, Mr. Alex.
Sure. I think it's fairly urgent. I mean, cryptocurrencies are evolving more and more, and the technology is evolving. We have distributed finance, DeFi. We have distributed decentralized exchanges and so on. But the technology keeps evolving, and the legal framework needs to keep up. We're actually just finalizing a regulatory study in Southeast Asia. So Indonesia was part of our review, and we're analyzing the regulation that is in place or in the process in Southeast Asia, and looking at how does it fit, how does it state against the FATF recommendations. So we basically take the FATF recommendations as they are, I would say, the gold standard, if you can call it that, even the FATF recommendations don't go into very much detail. So there are a lot of kind of open for interpretation areas. But we're looking at those regulation recommendations, which are a very good base to start from. We're looking at other recommendations and other standards around the world. For example, the European Union recently came out with an act called MiCA that looks at enacting the FATF recommendations in EU. So I think it's very important to have these legal provisions as soon as possible, because you've seen that ransomware, for example, is making the most of this lack of regulations in these particular jurisdictions, terrorism financing as well, sanctions evading, and so on. So I think it's fairly urgent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alexandru, for your insightful informations. So we need to regulate this. There should be a regulations for the crypto assets. We are sorry that the time is up. We thank you for all the speakers, for Mr. Alexandru and Bapak Fitriadi, for the informative and insightful presentations and discussions. And we thank you all the participants for the active participations. To capture these memorable events, let us take some pictures and please give your best smiles. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Again, please give big applause for all the speakers and for all of you. Sincerely thank you for the kind support and see you again in another event. Salam kebajikan, Om Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to MC.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. It's a pleasure to be here to be moderating a session today, especially on the topic, one of my favorite topic, but I guess not the favorite topic of a lot of people. It's actually on risk. Obviously, with the recent emergence of digital financial services, there are new risks that are being identified as well as introduced, including digital identity, identity theft, as well as the recent rise of potentially money laundering as well as financing terrorism activity. So I am happy today that we will have a panel discussion with several distinguished speakers. If I may, I would like to introduce one by one our speakers today. The first one, I would like to welcome Bapak Triyono Gani, Head of Digital Financial Innovation Group or Grup Inovasi Keuangan Digital of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Pak Triyono is currently the Head of Digital Financial Innovation Group in OJK. In 2017, he was also the Head of Department of Communication and International Affairs Department in OJK. Before that, he was the advisor to OJK's Board of Commissioner on International Affairs, while previously from 2014 until 2016, he was the Director of International Affairs. Before his days at OJK, he has built his extensive career in Bank Indonesia since 1994. Pak Triyono's areas of expertise include digital financial innovation, banking, international business, knowledge management, and economic business intelligence, as well as risk management and risk-based supervision. Pak Triyono Gani earned his bachelor degree in management from the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Diponegoro in Semarang, Indonesia. And then he went to United Kingdom to pursue his master's degree in Graduate School of International Business at the University of Bristol. Welcome, Pak Triyono. Our second speaker.
Thank you very much, Pak Budi.
Hope you're staying safe and healthy, Pak.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, that is very good to hear. Our second speaker today is Mr. Vijay Gupta, Senior Vice President of NSDL KYC Registration Agency. Mr. Vijay Gupta is the Senior Vice President at NSDL KYC Registration Agency in Mumbai, India. NSDL, one of the largest depositories in the world, established in August 1996, has established a state-of-the-art infrastructure that handles most of the securities held and settled in dematerialized form in the Indian capital market. NSDL Database Management Limited provides database management services. The company conceives, designs, implements, and maintains databases. NSDL Database provides integrated services that include information technology, process design, operations, and administrative infrastructure in India. Mr. Gupta started his career as assistant manager in the Delhi Stock Exchange in 1996. After 5 years at the exchange, he then joined NSDL in 2001 as a VP and made his way up to the VP position from 2011 until now. Welcome, Mr. Vijay Gupta. Hope you're staying safe and healthy as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
And our third speaker, Ms. Wijilatka Maromi, apologies if I pronounce your name incorrectly, the Director of Enterprise Risk Management Department of Central Bank of Thailand. Ms. Wijilatka is the Director and Enterprise Risk Management Department of Bank of Thailand. Prior to this position, she was the Deputy Director of Financial Technology Department in Bank of Thailand and the Assistant Director of Financial Technology Department. She is also one of the professional counsel at Global FinTech Institute in Singapore, and she has a very long journey in the fintech industry from the regulatory side. Welcome, Ms. Wijilatka.
Very good morning, Budi. Thank you very much, OJK, for having me today, and it's really nice to see you again, Budi, for a long while.
I know, good to see you. I think we've crossed paths, I think several years ago or several months ago.
Yes, it's going to be a really interesting session. I'm looking forward to.
I'm sure. And apologies, last but not least, let me introduce myself. My name is Budi Ganda Subrata. I am currently the General Secretary of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia, and I will be your moderator today. So in today's event and panel discussion, our distinguished speaker has kindly agreed to provide some insights based on this relevant topic. So if I may, I would like to invite Pak Triyono to start his presentation, especially on the topic of risk management in the AML CFT sector. Pak Triyono, the floor is yours, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Budi, for the very comprehensive introduction. And I would like to say hi as well to the panelists. Mr. Vijay and my very good friend Mijit Leka from Bank of Thailand. And I would like to say also a very good morning to everyone who are joining this session. Hopefully, this is the second session for this morning, but hopefully you can still stay until the end of the first day of this webinar, because this is a very important topic indeed. I agree with all the panelists and also the speakers opening this first day of the seminar. Maybe according to my experience and also my expertise, I would like to start my presentation by sharing about the development of new technology. May I have my presentation, please? So this is very delicate situation, I guess, because everyone cannot resist to have a new technology, to absorb new technology, but definitely it is a kind of double sword, I guess. This is a very dilemmatic and also have two consequences. The first would be the positive and the second would be the negative. And since everything would come into two options, everything in the world is like that. So I think it would be very impossible for us to just choose one-sided only. We still have to take both. That's why we have to consider both instead of getting all the benefits, but still managing the waste. So that's the thing that we are doing in OJK. Can I have my first page of my slide? So I'm going to talk about the development of digitization in Indonesia or maybe over the world. This is very common. Wimbo, our chairman, also mentioning about how rapid the development of digitization in our economy, especially in the financial sector. And also, since the financial sector is the support of the economy, we have to go hand in hand with the development of the economy itself. It will be impossible to imagine if the economy is developing towards the more digitized economy, but on the other hand, the financial sector stay the same or maybe almost it is very traditional. It is very impossible to have that kind of thing. That's why we have to go in line with the development of economy, or we can also say that in order to have a very advanced digital economy, certainly we have to have a very advanced digitalized financial sector. That's very logical consequences. And you can see that there are so many definitions on the digital economy, but still, in terms of translating this needs of digital financial regulation, we have to issue some regulation concerning that particular topic. One of which is about catering the innovation in Indonesian digital economy. That's why we issue regulation number 13 in 2018. So it's been quite a while since our first issuance of regulation on the digital financial sector. We issued the regulation on P2P lending. That's the first regulation that we issued in 2016. So I think, again, regarding the rapid growth of this technology, I guess we believe that we have to have a very frequent review on our regulation as well, since these rapid changes in outside world bring other consequences, one of which is about reviewing regularly to our regulation. And certainly, since we also, as mentioned by our chairman, we have a fintech center in Indonesia, and we have also a regulatory sandbox approach to be applied in our regulatory system. And it is very, very good place for us to learn and also knowing about the new development on the financial sector. So this is a very, very important adjustment and also place to learn for us as well. So I would like to say that we as the regulator also learning something from the market. So I think we have to do that. And I would also appreciate the PPATK who is applying subtech and regtech for their supervisory system. This is also almost the same as us in OJK. We are all, now having a roadmap for subtech and regtech implementation in OJK. So I also a little bit, proud of this situation because I just realized that so many ministries and other governmental institutions now are mentioning about subtech and regtech. So we can go together to develop a very comprehensive subtech and regtech system in Indonesia. Okay, next page, please. Specifically talking about the fintech, I think this is very important. This is also in line with the notion that how we value data is also very, very differently. First of all, when I was in college, data is only data, and then once very simple tools invented, then the data can be more useful into the information. And after I get graduated and all and work in financial in the central bank, I discover about the term knowledge. Knowledge is a new information. So this is a kind of one step higher than information. Data, if we translate the data, then become information, and the abundant information, we can select that into new knowledge. Probably we can combine one information to another, then become new knowledge. But now I just discovered that there is a new terminology, the business transformation. This is very, very new things to be knowing in this knowledge, because of the business transformation definitely employing not only the data itself, but a very big amount of data and a very advanced system as well. And this is basically would be our principles that we are going to use in our subtech regtech in OJK. And I think everybody would be very much agree with this concept, because this is also as the basic thinking of the fintech. When we say fintech, certainly they will be based on the innovation, and innovation itself is will become from the transformation of business. This is not business as usual. This is the way to the business, and then they capture the opportunity, and then they form the business line such as fintech. So we can see there are some component that is very important in Industry 4.0. I don't have to reiterate this, but everybody knows about how we value internet, big data, and that kind of things. And we are now expecting the not only 5G but 6G to come into our financial sector, I guess. I cannot imagine what kind of new services that can be invented using the new technology. So in short, I would say that massive, not only data, but the process itself would be required. And it is certainly would need involvement from a massive customer as well. So we are not talking about retail in the sense of very few customer, but we are talking about a very big amount of transaction we are talking about very big amount of people, and everyone will then interact into very comprehensive and complicated financial sector, digitalized financial sector. So this is the situation. We cannot really avoid this, and definitely the democratization of economy using this digital system bring very big burden for regulators, because we used to have a very simple kind of transaction and also a little amount of information, probably comparing to this latest development. But now we cannot accept from that situation. Next slide, please. And I think as the consequences, not only the various type of business model, you can see from this slide, we have some clusters besides the P2P lending and also the the securities crowdfunding, who are already in our system. But definitely the cluster in our sandbox are very much dynamic. And I believe that there will be again one or two new comer into our regulatory sandbox. But beside that, definitely there will be some maybe graduated cluster as well. I mean, if I'm saying that it is graduated, so it will be then in terms of it is already regulated, or maybe we have to force them to transfer into some other kind of business model probably. And also referring to my previous statement about 5G and 6G, I believe that it will then push into additional cluster into our regulatory sandbox. I just want to say that we cannot refuse them to come. We still have to facilitate them anyway. So I just say that believe it or not, ready or not, the regulators should stand ready for their coming. So next slide, please. This is very important message brought by Alvin Toffler, that even the technology power increase, but potential hazard also escalate. Referring to my previous statement again, I just say that this is double-sworded system. I mean, a very difficult dilemma. Again, we cannot choose which one of thing that we are going to adapt, but we still have to take both. So it is very difficult to disregard one of the aspect, but still we have to manage that and mitigate that. And referring to this topic of this webinar, I guess this is very relevant, because with abundance of data and also the customer involvement, definitely the process of QIC, the process of cybersecurity, and it is very important to build a very trusted system. Otherwise, people will then left the system. This is very logical consequences. If you don't really build the trusted system, so everybody will left, or maybe they will choose the alternative, and maybe they would like to go traditional, then very risky higher technology. So this is very logical thinking that customer would take, and the economy itself will end up with very less in efficiency, and certainly in long run there will be cost burden for the economy and also the country as well. So this is the thing that we would like to avoid. Definitely, even though we are going to absorb new technology, but definitely we still have to manage that under our very stringent control, but still manageable, and also promoting the growth of innovation. Next slide, please.
Pak Triyono, apologies to interrupt briefly.
Yes.
You have about 2 minutes left.
All right, no problem. So
Thank you.
I will skip some slides, or maybe increase my speed. So this is just to show you the situation in Indonesia. We have conducted the survey. I think this is 3 years ago, and now we are preparing to develop a new survey. You can see that only 36% of level that responded aware on digital financial product. This is the amount of digital customer comparing to the whole financial customer. So you can imagine that only 36% from, I don't know, around 80% or 75% of digital or of the financial customer. So this is very, very few number. It means that we have very low digital financial literacy. And you can see from the right hand side, most of them are using bill purchases. I think this is a very common thing that regular people doing in their digital transaction. The second would be the online loan. But the other aspect, I think they are still very low acceptance. I have to do the update this data because we are now preparing to conduct the survey again this year. Hopefully, after we launch some digital financial literacy program, hopefully the level of digital financial literacy will be increased. But I would like to invite all to participate in very hard, very difficult tasks to do, because this is not a job of OJK. And definitely, if we are talking about the risk, the first level of risk mitigation is educating the people, because according to the survey, at least 40 to 50% of cyber crime aspect is because of the human factor. So I think this is very definite, and also very very big number that we can say that the involvement of people is very important in mitigating the risk. Next slide. Okay, our policies, I've already touched upon this issue previously, but at least we have 6 steps to gather all the innovation in our market, from the development until the contingency plan. This is very important aspect, and definitely I would like to say that even though we are aware of this higher risk, but still we have to manage the development, or to support the development of innovation. That's why we always remember what our president said about light touch and safe harbor approach, which is very important principles that we apply in OJK. Next, please. Okay, this is the complication, or maybe the ecosystem of our regulators. You can imagine that it is not easy sometimes to develop regulation, because we have to talk to not only one ministry of or governmental body, but we still have to consider maybe more than that. And I can also add one more aspect in this chart. For example, our FIU PPT hasn't been included in this chart as well. But in short, we have to manage our good communication with other governmental institutions. Next. Okay, this is my last slide, Pak Budi. Financial technology support and regulation. So why we should or what kind of principles that OJK use in fintech supervision. We have at least 7 principles, light touch, regulatory framework, and then some other things. I can also share the slide with all the audience, and you can see from the right hand side, the regulatory framework has been also in place, at least 1, 2, 3, 4 regulation, and hopefully we can come up with the new regulation concerning the new development of innovation. And the most important message I would like to say that we are now enhancing the regulation on the EKYC. This is not entirely my responsibility, but my colleague, Ibu Dewi Pajasari, she is in charge in the Department of Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing. So we are working together in giving a very strong legal standing for the KYC provider. So this is again just to show to the public that OJK is very supportive and very realize that the risk is escalating. Once we adopt the new system of a digital financial system, definitely there will be new way of catering the risk. So again, we do some internal research and also assessment, and we found that one or two aspects should be or need to be maybe rectified, or maybe take that very strong approach or measures. So that's why I think we are now in the position of reviewing the current regulation. Hopefully, it will be giving the best for the digital financial sector in Indonesia. Maybe I would like to stop to that point, Pak Budi, and hopefully that my presentation could give a new paradigm to all the participants and also partners in this webinar. Thank you very much. Get back to Pak Budi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Triyono, for your presentation. I think it's clear you mentioned that there is a need in balancing the benefit as well as the risk of digital transformation. And also, it's quite interesting to see that in your position in GIKD, you actually recorded about 83 digital financial innovation, which also is interesting to see because obviously with these innovation, there's a lot of more data available that can be used as a signal to determine risk level of new customers or new merchants in order to strengthen the whole AML CFT principle, including risk rating, sanction screening, transaction monitoring, as well as reporting. So looking forward for further discussion and Q&A session today. But thank you so much for your presentation, Pak Triyono.
Thank you, Pak Budi. Terima kasih.
Our next presenter is Mr. Vijay Gupta. Mr. Vijay, the floor is yours. You have about 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Budi. Thank you for the kind introduction. Thanks to Mr. Triyono for a wonderful session so far. I begin by thanking Indonesian Financial Authority, OJK, and UNODC for inviting me into this seminar. And on behalf of peers in India and NSDL, I welcome all the participants to this lovely conference. Can I have my PPT, please? In the meanwhile, the topic for today is very pertinent and contextual to the times that we are in. We are hit by COVID. There is a lot of expansion which is happening in the markets. So use of technology and in customer onboarding, centralized KYC, CDD is very important. But as Mr. Triyono said, we have to have a balancing between use of technology and ensuring the risk factors. We have a lot of technology available, which is in forms of APIs, face match, scanning, OCR, robocops, central systems, etc. So we have to look at what is more relevant for us, which we can use, but keeping the system security in place. Also, we have to ensure that the system ensures the convenience, the cost reduction, the efficiency, time and human effort reduction by a large margin, not by a small margin, but a very large margin, which will go a long way in democratizing the technology availability and adoption, which will ensure that the market expands by a very large margin. At the same time, the system has to be robust enough to ensure that there are no loopholes at any point of time in terms of regulatory compliance and give any opportunity for people to exploit the system. The system data security, the cyber security are the most important factors which needs to be taken care of, and it should be widely available. Now, this is something which we have been implementing in India for the last couple of years, and we have seen a rapid expansion. So in India, the depository system started in 1996, and in about 20 years, we opened about 35 million accounts. But in the last 2-3 years itself, it has gone from 35 million to 84 million. So about 50 million accounts opened in the last 2-3 years. So that you can see the kind of capability which technology brings along with it. There is a lot of interest and market participation which could happen because of use of technology and regulatory support. The market valuations are also very attractive and rather I would say very aggressive also at this point of time. And there has been a participation not only in the equity markets but mutual funds also. So we have 100 million folios created in the mutual fund market. The assets have crossed 700 billion. And we see a lot of participation which is expanding to rural areas, the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, there is a lot of participation expansion across the country which is happening, which is good from the perspective of financial inclusion. Next slide, please. Here we talk about some of the factors or the enablers which supported this financial inclusion. So we, as I said, we have very vibrant and surging markets in the last couple of years. And there has also been a significant traction in the primary markets. So we have a lot of consumer-facing companies, brands which consumers loved. They have come and hit the markets with IPOs, and consumers have picked it up. So we have lot of new customer addition happening because of the primary issues which have been coming. And the interest yield on the fixed money instruments have been lower over there. And the technology and the fintechs, India is becoming a hub for the fintechs and startups over there. They have brought consumer services, great consumer apps at every customer segment, and that have invited customers in a large manner. And they're providing good service. Our regulators have placed a very high focus on investor protection and service, which means that the customer should get the service which he paid for or which was promised to him. That is something which has really helped the consumers to gain confidence and get into the market. From a technology perspective, we have set up a central systems, technology systems, and we have built uniform KYC systems, which have helped remove the regulatory arbitrage and bring standardization in onboarding the customers, which have also helped to bring in scales and volumes over there. And we have a national ID system called Aadhaar. We will talk more about it later. And that has also helped to bring in the technology innovations for getting the customers onboarding. In overall ecosystem in the country, we can say that Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is there, which is a financial inclusion scheme by Government of India, which has actually helped to rope in about 450 million Indians into the banking system. So bank accounts are opened for the individuals, which help them to get direct cash benefit transfers and other services from the government, so which have brought them into the financial markets. That has also become a base for the customers to progress from banking system to markets also. Good availability of data networks in terms of smartphones and data, that has helped the market, the services to reach in all nooks and corners of the country. We have also got another system in the country called DigiLocker. So DigiLocker is a government-enabled system which is a storehouse of information. So you have various kind of documents which are issued by various government departments. They're all hosted in the DigiLocker. So you can access the DigiLocker and provide services to the customer. We have enabled the digital signatures on our documentation. That is also helping. Next slide, please. These are our market regulators for various services. Security and Exchange Board of India helps us in the capital market regulation. The Reserve Bank of India is a banking regulator. Aadhaar is managed by Unique Identification Authority of India. And we have our income tax records, which is managed by Central Board of Direct Taxation. DigiLocker system, as I mentioned, Financial Intelligence Unit, which takes care of the regulation of prevention money laundering, the Central KYC Agency. Next slide, please. So when we talk about KYC of a customer, we can look at two scenarios. One scenario where the customer is coming to the market for the first time, he's a new customer to the market. So in that case, there is no KYC record of the customer existing. You have to perform full KYC of the customer afresh and all the CDD and other aspects. Second, he is a customer who is already there in the market. So in case of such a customer who is already there in the market, he may be a mutual fund customer, he may be a depository customer, or may be a broking customer. His KYC record already exists in the market. You can consume that record, make use of it, and go forward with the additional information which is required. So the process becomes simpler and smaller. So we'll look at both these processes in the next slide. So, next slide, please. So here we talk about the Central KYC Agency, which is set up in India since 2011, and it has been 10 years of working. And the overall theme of Central KYC Agency is to improve the investor convenience. Next slide, please. So when we talk about Central KYC Agency, it is assisting the market intermediaries. So we have about 20,000 market intermediaries in the country in various forms and shapes. They are providing services to their customers through various channels. Maybe it is through branches, through relationship managers, through mobile apps, through websites, through direct interfaces. So all these interfaces are supported by the KYC registration agency. They can interact with the KYC registration agency or KRA to secure interfaces, API-based interfaces. And they can upload the customer KYC, they can modify the customer KYC, they can download the customer KYC. So the customer can be on any of these interfaces and they can use the channel. Now, what could facilitate this thing? It could be facilitated because the KYC records, the KYC processes were standardized in India. So everyone who needs to perform the KYC needs to collect the same amount of information, same amount of documentation, and perform the KYC through the same process. The in-person verification process was also standardized. This has really helped to create an uniform and interoperable KYC system. So the KYC which is created by one participant can be reused by another participant because the information, the rigor, and the process is same. And here in KYC registration agency, once the KYC is uploaded to the KRA system by the intermediary, the KRA also validates the KYC. So it is not only a storehouse of the KYC information which is uploaded by the intermediary, but KRA performs independent validation to ensure that the KYC is as per the norms which are published and it is complete and accurate. So that also happens. Next slide, please. These are some of the very important aspects of the KYC implementation in the country. So as I mentioned that we have a uniform KYC norm across all intermediaries. So be it a depository participant or a broker, they have to perform the KYC in the same manner. The KYC form itself is separated from the account opening form. The account opening form, you could collect variety of information according to the requirement, but KYC form is standardized. And the KYC form itself is fully aligned to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act norms. So all the requirements of KYC and customer due diligence are specified in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and those are performed as per the KYC process and uploaded to the KRA system. The form itself has been standardized and the documents which needs to be collected. So only 6 documents are authorized to be collected, and these are called originally verified documents. They have to be verified. The in-person verification norms have also been verified. They have to be done. Now, who can constitute a KYC registration agency in the country, and why should we have a KYC registration agency? So as I mentioned, there are 20,000 market participants who are performing KYC for millions of customers in the country. And if one is having uniform standards practices, one has to ensure that it is actually getting implemented. So how do we do that? So there are market infrastructure institutions like stock exchanges and depositories who are allowed to become a KYC registration agency. So the KYC is uploaded to such agencies and they verify it independently. This really ensures that uniformity and standardization is implemented. There are no shortcuts, there are no loopholes, and nothing is missed out. The KYC agencies are interoperable among themselves, which means that if the KYC is uploaded to one agency, that can be accessed through another KRA also. The intermediary need not connect with all the agencies, it can connect with only one agency and it can access the records across the market. There is a very strong and secure KYC connectivity with the intermediaries. You have domain whitelisting, you have IP whitelisting, you have two-factor authentication, you have secure logins, you have encryption. The data at rest as well as in motion is always encrypted. So you have secure and strong connectivity with the intermediaries. The KYC performance by itself, the initial KYC remains responsibility of the intermediary. The KRA adds a layer of validation. The intermediary performs the KYC and uploads not only the data but also the documents. And if there is any further modification to the KYC at any point of time, that modification is also uploaded to the KRA. The KRA also performs the independent validation. And now this is a new thing where the regulator is going to the next level. The regulator is expecting KRAs to independently interface with the investor also and validate whatever information is collected from the original source document also. This is not yet put into the practice. This will come in shortly. The KRAs, of course, store and safeguard the KYC records, and the access is allowed to the KYC records to the intermediaries based on client consent. So if the client approaches another intermediary for opening a relationship or for having a business facility, then the institution can access the KYC record of the client based on the customer consent. Once anybody accesses the KYC record of any customer, the KYC registration agency sends the information to the investor that your record has been registered or it has been accessed by any particular intermediary. So client is in full control or charge of his account, that who is accessing his KYC and where all his account is linked with. The intermediaries have been mandated to use the KYC which is available in the KRA system. So then they don't have to perform a fresh KYC, they can use it. And if there is any modification needed or any update needed, they can do it. And once you perform any modification updated to the KYC record and you upload it to the KRA system, it is actually disseminated to all the intermediaries. So if you are having 3 relationships existing and you acquire a 4th relationship, and in 4th relationship you make some change, that change is replicated at all the places. So that you need to change only once and it gets replicated everywhere. Next slide, please.
Mr. Vijay, apologies to interrupt. You have about 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I
will skip this in the interest of time. Please go to the next one. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the benefits of the central KYC for the investors, for the intermediaries, as well as for the market, overall market. So investor needs to perform KYC only one time, and there is an instant update happening across the ecosystem. And the KYC access and usage is always notified to the investor, and he can do onboarding to the new relationship much faster. For the intermediary, there is a reduction in cost, and there is a reduction in time to onboard the investor, and he can spread his distribution. So an intermediary sitting anywhere in the country can access the KYC record and onboard investors quickly. So there is a democratic access to the KYC records and information. From a market perspective, as we mentioned, that there is a lot of market expansion which could happen because of the system being in place, and it is also ensuring the standardization and rigor and the quality of the KYC process. And then from a surveillance perspective and AML perspective, the investor linkage to all the intermediaries is known and well established. Next one, please. So this is the timeline journey of the KR implementation. And we can skip it. Next, please. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, from an AML support perspective, one investor has only one set of data across all his market relationships, which is uniform and standardized, and all his relationships are linked. So if from a regulator perspective, you want to know at any point of time which investor has what all relationships, you can come to know. And then what are the kind of information and documents for the investor are also readily and online available. Next, please. So these are the next developments which are happening in the KRA. Independent validation would be there, and the KRA would become more investor facing. Next, please. Next, please. So this is a kind of information which is getting collected and processed for an investor. So we have a permanent account number, which is a tax registration account or identity of the person. We have an online connectivity with the income tax department for verifying this record, which validates that the PAN number of the investor is unique, it is correct, it is valid, and what is the name of the investor in the income tax records. So this name, we can match it with the name which is being offered as part of the account opening, and we can be sure that it is the same person. Then we do the mobile and email validation through OTPs and link-based consent. Then we do the identity and address checks. Identity and address can be checked in an online manner using various tools, which is KYC registration agency as a parallel tool, Aadhaar ecosystem is there, and DigiLocker ecosystem is there. So various of these tools make this information available. So you get name, gender, date of birth, address in a machine readable language. You get the data which you can consume directly in your application. So you don't need to collect this information. And again, you can validate and match this information from permanent account number records. You get the photograph and IPV. Here we get the live photo of the customer is to be collected, and geolocation has to be checked. That at the time of submission of the KYC record and giving the live photo, where exactly the customer was there and whether this geolocation is in sync with the address which is available for the customer. We do an online bank account verification using an NPCI service, so we can make sure that the name in the banking records is also same. So fund transfers are allowed only to such bank account which is verified for the customer. Customer cannot choose any bank account. The bank account must belong to him. Third-party account is not allowed. The client submits details of his client signature, which is the purpose of physical interactions, various kind of consents, declarations, terms and tariffs. There is a digital e-sign process available using Aadhaar. There are various other information collected. So once this information is collected, it is verified by the intermediary and then uploaded to the KRA system. Next, please. Next, please. I will just give a kind of small demo about the Aadhaar ecosystem. So Aadhaar ecosystem is a very, very strong and secure system which is having very restricted access. You don't give access to most of the entities in the system. And even the entities which you give access, which is on recommendation of the regulator and the government, you give it only for specified end use. You cannot give it for general purpose. The client consent-based access is where you cannot give access without the client consent. And then the data cannot be stored in the Aadhaar, in your own records. Aadhaar number cannot be stored. There are various facilities which are available. Yes/no facility is there. OTP basis, biometric, and offline Aadhaar is there. I want to talk about our offline Aadhaar today. It's a very powerful tool which Aadhaar system is offering. You can also replicate the same in Indonesia. Here, you don't need to give access to any intermediary to the national ID system records. National ID system record is a facility the client or the citizen can access or extract his own record for his own use. He can extract a copy of the record which is digitally signed by the national ID system, which is having encrypted data, and he can share this record with the intermediaries where he needs to open an account. Intermediaries can decrypt the public signature, can verify the details, and can consume this data. This is a very secure and almost zero cost method of performing client KYC. You go ahead. Next, please. This is just a demo of the Aadhaar XML system. Go to the next, please. You visit the UID website, you put your Aadhaar number. Next, please. You put your Aadhaar number, you have a password to open the file, and then you do the OTP verification. Next, please. And the Aadhaar record is given to you. So this is what you get in your Aadhaar record. The name is there, date of birth is there, photo which is encrypted, father's name, address, email ID which is hashed. So you collect your email ID and encrypt it and match the hashed values. Mobile number is again hashed, you can match it on the basis. Aadhaar number is never given. Aadhaar number is not shared. It is digitally signed document and which has a validity only for 3 days. Please go next. Similarly, DigiLocker system is there where the documents issued by various authorities are posted. These are again digitally signed documents which can be consumed for KYC with the client's consent. Next, please. So these are the various type of documents which are available in DigiLocker: Aadhaar card, driving license, age form, transport authority, vehicle registration documents, ration card, education certificates, PAN cards. Next, please. So you log into your DigiLocker record. Next, please. With the OTP verification will happen. Next. And you get access to various records. So as you can see, multiple records are available here. You can choose to download these records and use it for verification. And this is something which can be integrated using secure APIs. Next, please. So here you can see that I'm accessing my own permanent account number verification record, which is digitally signed. Next, please. Now, I've just given a small demo of the entire KYC process integrating all these components. So the customer visits the client in the intermediary. His email ID and mobile number are verified first. Go to the next. All the client consents are taken, then the PAN record is verified, permanent account number record is verified from income tax system. Next, please. There are various KYC options which are made available to the client, which are Aadhaar based, DigiLocker based, and there is a video KYC also, which is also again very powerful method of performing KYC. Client can choose any of the option which is available. Go to the next. And he has chosen DigiLocker, then DigiLocker journey will follow. Go to the next. This is again a zero cost method of doing KYC. Aadhaar OTP based KYC can be done, video KYC can be done. Next, please. And additional information and consents will be taken from the client as per the market segment to which it is applicable. Next, please. Next, please. And here the client can perform the independent bank nomination also. The nomination for his account in terms of his beneficiaries he can perform. Online nomination is done. Bank account verification is being done. Next, please. Then he has to upload certain documents like copy of PAN card, signature, image, those will be uploaded. Next, please. Nomination form. Next, please. Then he has an opportunity to review the entire submission which has been created, and then he can review. If he needs to make any change, he can do that, or otherwise he can confirm it by digitally signing. Next, please. So here he will use a Aadhaar-based digital signature, which is again a very low-cost method of interacting with the client and signing up on the documents. So digital signature, it is created for one-time use and it is signed by the client, which is a perfectly legal document as per our IT Act. Next, please.
Apologies, Mr. Vijay. I think we're running out of time. So if you can kindly wrap up, I think in some of these demos, if we can switch it to the Q&A session, that'll be great. Thank you so much, and apologies for this.
No, I'm almost done. So the intermediary can verify the information and then open the account too. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. So that's my last slide. So basing all the existing resources available, we can perform the client KYC, and overall intent here is that we take the information from multiple sources and cross-validate the information against each other. And instead of collecting manual information from the client, we collect the information in a digital manner from various sources and use it to populate it. So that is how the KYC is being performed in India, and that is helping scale up the numbers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay. And again, thank you for the very comprehensive presentation. I think the visualization of the demo really helps us to imagine how the user flow doing digital KYC is being done, especially with the help of Aadhaar. I see also a lot of parallels, especially in India and in Indonesia, with the young population, digitally and technology savvy, as well as the complexities between the regulators, different regulators dealing with multiple verticals as well. Again, looking forward to the discussions later on. Our next presenters, I would like to give the floor to Kun Wijiletka. Kun Wijiletka, the floor is yours and you have about 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Budi, and thanks once again to OJK for having me today. So can you all see my slides on the screen? Because I'm going to share it by myself.
Not yet.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, now we can see it.
Now is it up? Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
So what I'm going to share with you today is about the experiences that the Bank of Thailand has. Because as being a central bank as a regulator, but another role that we're playing is being a facilitator, probably similar to what Pak Triyono from the Digital Innovation Group has shared, and we'd like to balance between the regulations and innovations going forward. And then we will share with you some of the key initiatives, that we have in both of the sandbox and also in the industry. And at the end will be the associate risks that we are foreseeing. Okay, so for the environmental scan here, that no one is denying that there are a lot of disruptive new technologies coming in and new business models and also new players. So how are you going to balance this? As you can see from the picture here, that we have a lot of incumbent players like financial institutions and also some of non-banks in the past. But nowadays, there are a whole bunch of non-bank players, including fintech and big tech in the market, not only domestically but internationally, that we have to have the approach to facilitate them in our market in order to serve our customers' needs. But at the same time, you have to have the regulatory framework in order to govern and have the right consumer protection for all people as well. But for the key revolutionary technologies here, next slide, please. I think all right, thank you. So as the UNODC has mentioned about the technologies, I don't think they are much different from what we are seeing in globally, because we can see that we have a QR code for payment, because since the pandemic has happened, people would like to maintain the social distance and also to avoid traveling. So the digital channels and digital payments are playing a very important role on this. And I can share with you some of the data and the adoption in Thailand, and also some of the initiatives to do the connectivity in cross-border matter. Okay, so for the machine learning, artificial intelligence are really coming in to learn more about the patterns and understand what customer needs, and then play it intelligently to at least provide the service for each person. It's not the one-size-fits-all service anymore, as we say. It's more of the personalized service and offers to the customers. For the big data as well, to do the data analytics, that not only for the market, but as being a central bank, we also use a lot of data to identify the risk and also the needs of the market in order to pursue the right policies and regulatory and the regulations as well. So the APIs are always there to connect the system together. The associate risk coming in with these as well, but we have to balance, as I said earlier, about to have the innovations and also the proper risk management. Okay. For the biometrics, it's very important in this topic here about the AML CFT, because you can identify the personal identities and also do the very accurate verification of their identity. So I also have some of the initiatives in Thailand to share with you about using biometrics, especially the facial recognition part, and also how do we facilitate the information sharing in order to do the effective electronic KYC as well. And last but not least is about the blockchain and DLT. It's not really the answer for everything of blockchain, but it will definitely facilitate the efficiency of the businesses and some of the back office systems. Next, please. For the Bank of Thailand strategic and policy direction to promote the fintech development, we believe that the key outcomes for facilitating the fintech is about increasing the productivity and also the inclusivity, as Dr. Yono mentioned, and also to use the new technology for risk management for the immunity. So how are we going to achieve that? We have the guiding principles to promote innovations. First, it's very important because you can't do it alone. Even being a central bank, being a regulator, you have to collaboratively work with the industry. So the incentive structure is very important because each party has their own interests and their own agenda. So how are you going to balance that kind of interest in order to efficiently and effectively work together in building some of the initiatives? And then it will go to the next principle is about promoting the open and interoperable infrastructure. When I talk about the infrastructure, I mean both soft and hard infrastructure, which are the systems and probably the standards that we can impose to the industry so that they can work together as a system and also have the same standard to follow. So this is very important. And then you don't have to have only one infrastructure, but those infrastructures need to be able to work together. That's the point. At the end, that's gonna facilitate the use of these financial services to the citizens and the businesses, right? And the third part is also very important. There's always a talk about whether regulation should come before innovation, or you should let innovation go before the regulation come in. It depends actually, and we are taking the similar approach as the OJK has done. We have the regulatory sandbox since 2016, and we have revisited the sandbox in 2019. Going forward, we're gonna build, and develop that sandbox, and hope that it will continue on to facilitate the industry. And last but not least, we talk about how you put the literacy, especially the digital financial literacy, to the people, because digital solutions comes with risks. So people have to be able to protect and understand and know how to safely use those services by themselves upfront. Next, please. Okay, so these are some of the major developments of the payment infrastructure. As I mentioned, that the payment part is playing a very important role to access the data that reflects behavior of the people and the businesses. And also, if you still have the in cash mode, that will not have the data in the system for sure. And especially for the pandemic part, the electronic payment is helping a lot to avoid the touch of the cash. So luckily, and thanks to the infrastructure that we have initiated on the fast payment system, so-called prompt pay, and currently we have about 68 or 69 million registered IDs on prompt pay in order to do the payments and money transfer across banks domestically in Thailand. So, and this is considered to be a very basic infrastructure for other innovations to be built on. For example, we have the standardized QR code for payment. It's very trivial to do the payment and money transfer. We're scanning the QR code nowadays. in Thailand, and we are also expanding the initiatives for the cross-border payment, including to Indonesia, that we have the both inbound and outbound QR code for payment with our ASEAN neighboring countries, and also in Japan as well. And we have also connected to the switching companies, all four of them in Indonesia, with the one national ITMX in Thailand successfully. So many thanks to all the participants and the government for supporting this one. And once traveling can be resumed after the pandemic, and I'm sure that the QR code for payment transactions will be gradually increased from now on. And what's going on with the standardization? I've seen one of the questions on the chat screen about the ISO 20022, which is the messaging standard that the Bank of Thailand is supporting the financial institutions to adopt in order to incorporate the payment instruction together with the business data. That will ensure that everything is done straight in a straight through processing manner, and also all the participants can track necessary information, especially for the AML CFT as well. Next, please. So this is quite a short introduction for the e-payment. We have gradually and tremendously increased of the number of registered on prompt pay, and also the usage. We have about 300 transactions for each person per year. So approximately we use 1 or 2 times a day for the e-payment on prompt pay or money transfer. Next, please. So this is one of the examples of using the soft infrastructure on the standard of the QR code for payments, not only domestically, as I mentioned, but also we extend the international connectivity. Each nation will have their own national standard, but that standard is compliance with the international one, so-called EMB code. So this is very effective, because we can use any of the mobile banking from any bank to scan the QR code being issued by any bank. But nowadays, not only the banks are participating, there are also major non-banks joining the network as well. Next, please. Okay, so you can see that it is pervasively used on QR code everywhere. And currently, there are more than 7 million acceptance points, including online and offline, for these QR code standard. Next, please. Okay, so after doing the environmental scan, I would like to share with you some of the thoughts and approaches that the Bank of Thailand has taken in order to promote and drive innovation via the sandbox. So the sandbox is similar to the environmental framework for testing the projects and the products with the real customers in the limited scopes. So we are having currently about 50 projects in the sandbox, but almost 30 of them have exited. So since 2016, almost 100 projects coming into our sandbox. And then the main objective is to promote innovation, to protect the customer rights, and also to maintain the risk in the acceptable level. Next, please. All right. Yeah, that's similar. Next, please. Okay, so let's see what projects we have in the sandbox. The first part that has already exited, as mentioned, is about the standardized QR code for payment. Many people might say, okay, QR code is everywhere and it's been there for a long while. Why do you need to have in the sandbox? The point is because we need to do the interoperable testing between banks and other players. That's why we need them to test together and to validate the standard, and also the approach to support the customers together in the sandbox. The second part is really interesting. It's about using biometrics, especially facial recognition, in the electronic KYC process. We use it for opening the bank saving accounts for the first use case, and both at branch and also via the mobile banking application. And that's the first phase of using the biometrics. The second phase is about sharing information on the platform. For example, if you have already opened one of your bank accounts in the first bank and you would like to open another account in the second bank, you can refer the first bank to verify yourself and tell the second bank that you are who you really are. And the second bank will trust the first bank, since the information is being shared on the standardized platform with the appropriate security measures. So the third part is about the blockchain, and we have the initiative so-called the BCI, Business Community Initiative, to use blockchain to issue the electronic letter of guarantee. And we have the controllers control department to share the ELG on this part as well, and have the P2P lending platforms on the sandbox as well. So as I mentioned, that the sandbox has been issued since 2016, but we have revisited the approach in 2019 in order to have two different schemes. The first part is the Bank of Thailand sandbox. If the projects are considered to be the infrastructure, or if they need to share information or being tested together, that will have to enter into the Bank of Thailand sandbox. But if the projects are the individual or services, particularly for each of the financial service provider, they can access and have the risk controls by themselves in their own sandbox. And if the legal restriction doesn't say that you have to test in the BOT sandbox, you can be in your own sandbox. That will increase the time to market for the players, and also gives the flexibility for the service providers to do their own risk management. And apart from these projects, what the Bank of Thailand has done to pursue these projects to be the business as usual, that we have issued some guidelines so that the projects adopting these technologies going forward don't have to come and test in the sandbox anymore, because we have the guideline, we have the policy direction for them to follow. The first one that we issued was the biometrics guideline, especially using the facial recognition. We have the standard, we have the controls, we have the measures in that guideline for the industry to follow, which we got a very positive feedback from the industry, that they kind of like understand what the regulators want, and also they can set up the standard to that level. The second part that we have issued was the blockchain guideline. So all of these outcomes comes from what we have learned together with the industry in the regulatory sandbox, and issued the guideline to be practical and effective. Next, please.
Kun Wijileka, apologies again to interrupt. You have about 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. So you can just jump into, because all these I have mentioned about it. I would like to share with you some of the initiatives on page 16, please. You can go to page 16 about the platform that we use for sharing the information, as I mentioned. For the platform is called NDID platform. It's for sharing information between relevant parties. The first use case happens to be the information about identification and verification. 16, please. This is 15. Thank you. Okay, so the concepts of the platform is not to keep any sensitive data on the platform, and all the information that is shared needs to be given the consent from the owner of the information. Okay, so this is very powerful for supporting the infrastructure in order to share the information and have the standard for all the participants to follow. Next, please. Yeah, you can jump to page 18, please, the last one. We'll do the 18, 1/8. Thank you. Yes. To have some of the data and developments that we have on the NDID platform. Currently, we have 10 public identity service providers, including banks and non-banks, and also relying parties who are requesting to have the information being shared to them to use for opening saving accounts and also the securities accounts, not only in the banking sector, but it expanding to the security markets, insurance markets, and also some other digital platforms. And going forward, for this initiative on the same platform, not only the individual eKYC that we're focusing on, we will expand it to the juristic or corporate digital ID, which is very important to identify corporates or juristic bodies in order to do the businesses in the digital channel. Lastly, please, next, about the associate risks that I'd like to share. So if you're doing something in the digital channels, definitely that the IT cybersecurity are the major concerns that you need to have. So you need to be able to identify the cyber risk in the framework, like the identify, detect, protect, and response, and then recovery. So once the incident happens, you have to recover a response promptly. How are you going to make that happen? All the frameworks are out there, but when you come to the implementation part is very important. And as Dr. Yono mentioned about people factor, and I totally agree with that. And there are also some other two factors that need to control, not only people, but also the process and the technologies that are being adopted in this space as well. And since we are adopting a lot of new technologies, we're not the one that have the technology ourselves. So we have to be really relying on the third party service provider. So the risk of the third party is very important to access, to do the thorough due diligence of the service provider that you're using as well, and have the risk appetite setting up to the services that you are using. Also, the data security, data privacy. In Thailand, we have adopted the Personal Data Protection Act, and will be effective in June this year as well. And last but not least, about how to build the people, because you can't really have this successfully happen if you don't have the right people. But now the resource is very scarce. Either you are taking our resources or we are taking yours. So we have to build the new pool of resources to be able to support the digital innovations going forward. Yeah, my presentation will be approximately this, Pak Putih, and I return the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Wijilatka. And again, I think your closing statement is spot on, because when mitigating risk, obviously, when the technology is there and the process is there, without proper capacity building and as well as improvement of people, human resources, then all of it will be obsolete. So again, thank you so much as well on the explanation about NDID in Thailand. I think there's a lot of parallels and learnings that we can share together as well. So that concludes the presentation from all of our three panelists. Again, thank you so much for the sharing earlier. I would like to now enter the Q&A session, where some questions have been prepared, as well as we will also take several questions from the audiences as well. So I would like to start with one question for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And the question is the following. Let me just open up my notes, apologies. So given that we have representing views from Indonesia, Thailand, as well as India. What do you think are the potential collaborations that can be done among regulators, fintech players, and technology support players to increase the capacity of the industry in mitigating digital risks? So who would like to answer first? Can I kindly ask probably Pak Triyono to answer first?
Okay, thank you very much, Budi. Yeah, obviously, regulators' function is not 100% involved in the market as the player. So definitely, it should be the very strong difference between regulator and the player. If we don't do that, definitely there will be a blur and also a conflict of interest lie in the market. That's why my personal view is that even for the standardization, this is not the main role of the regulators. Let the association, for example, do that. I mean, in terms of formulating or developing the standard, probably we are going to get involved deeply. But the process itself should be mainly done in the association or the market players. This is according to my experience when I get involved in the financial supervisors. It is very, very difficult and very delicate to manage this conflict of interest. So, to me, we should get a very firm position. Where is this regulation, or where is the market players standing? So, again, just to give a very objective view and also very objective review at the end. Maybe Pak Budi, that's my short answer.
Thank you so much, Pak Triyono. I think you also mentioned industry association playing a key role in this collaboration, right? And again, I think we have seen in multiple markets, SROs or association have indeed played that role, especially in increasing the collaboration to help mitigate risk in terms of policies, SOPs, as well as standardization. Next, Mr. Vijay, if I can repeat the question, where do you think areas of collaborations that can be done among regulators, fintech players, industries in order to mitigate digital risk?
Thank you so much. I quite agree with Mr. Triyono that the regulators have actually laid the ground foundation for efficient regulations and frameworks to be there. There are a lot of information data which is available. Now, technology has blurred the kind of boundary limitations across the countries. I could see that similar experiences are happening, experiments are happening in Thailand, which we are seeing in India. There is a lot of parallelism which is happening, that everybody is trying the similar work. So I think in that sense, there is a lot of opportunity for coordination and interaction, so that the benefits of the experiments which have been implemented successfully at one location could be replicated elsewhere. So there's a lot of opportunity over there. Of course, regulators are today very consultative and very supportive of the developments which are happening. So we can, as business participants and regulators and SROs, can initiate those discussions, and then we can take it to the regulator for their blessings. So, thank you.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay. Kun Wijiletka, what about your point of view, especially in the areas of collaborations between regulators, fintech players, and industry in order to mitigate risk, digital risk specifically?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Budi. As I mentioned about the collaboration, it's very important to further the innovations, right? Because we can't do it alone. We have to have all these factors together in the same picture. So the webinar or the sharing sessions like what the OJK is doing is very important as well for the information sharing between our peer regulators, because we are probably not the first one in the world who are doing this or facing the same difficulties or challenges, but we can also learn from our peer regulators, not only the market developments, but also the regulatory framework. And we can share thoughts and approaches, but we have to admit that in each market we have different contexts. So regulators, we have to adopt to be practical in their own markets. So having the information shared together will tremendously help us to understand the environment and a lot of players are mentioning about the cross-border licensing, and we have come up with this conversation as well. But there are also some limitations according to the existing regulatory framework. But if any of the opportunities rise, and we're sure that all the regulators are more than welcome to further that initiatives with the in order to lessen the regulatory cost to the player, and also have the proportionality to have the control based on the level of risks in the same risk, same rule approach.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my next question is for Mr. Vijay. I think you also mentioned about the KYC registration agency in India. So I have two questions which are intertwined to each other. The first one, probably can you explain briefly what are the objective and responsibility of KRA in India, as well as with the establishment of KRA, how does the establishment can result in better implementation of risk mitigation for the fintech industry in India?
Thank you so much. So KRA agencies were started in India about a decade back. In 2011, 2012, we started this initiative. And we were seeing the growth and the expansion which is happening in the market even at that point of time. So we have to look at it like this, that KRA is a market level infrastructure which is consisting of trusted players, institutional players with good governance practices over there. Now we have 20,000 market participants spread all over the country who are dealing with millions of investors on a daily basis. So how do we really make sure that the KYC is happening in a most compliant manner and as well as efficient manner, in a cost-effective manner? And there are no shortcuts which are happening over there. So the access, the democracy, the quality has to be ensured. So that is where the KRA comes into the picture. The KRA is responsible for ensuring that storage and safekeeping of the KYC. It is responsible for ensuring that the KYC is in compliance with all the regulatory norms and it is complete in all respects. And if there is something missing in a particular KYC record, then it goes back to the investor, it goes back to the concerned intermediary and gets completed. So it is bringing that aspect of quality and availability to the domain of the KYC. And then it is making the KYC process quite instant, compliant, and at a very, very low cost. So that is the overall crux of the KYC. From an investor perspective, if you look at it, then the investor gets access to the market system, to the business relationship instantly without having to perform the KYC again and again. He can update the KYC information just at one place and it gets automatically applied everywhere else, so he doesn't have to go everywhere. And then he gets information about whoever is accessing his KYC. So this is a benefit to the investor, and even his ID theft can be prevented, which is also important. Now coming to the risk prevention perspective, yes, KYC is an entry point to the market system. So we are the entry point to make sure that KYC is good. And it really gives bite to the effort to implement this uniform KYC. So that is the strength of the KYC. And since you are able to link all the relationships and accounts with the customer based on a single KYC record, then you know that what is the customer's interest or spread or distribution in the market system. So that is a strong relevance of surveillance to the market regulator. They can at any point of time know that this investor has 10 accounts across different relationships and what he is doing there. That helps in AML perspective also. That is my answer to the question.
All right, thank you so much. And it's good. I think having that quote unquote centralized process, it maintains the standards of compliance across all financial services sector, and to ensure that the quality of the data is being maintained, especially in fulfilling and complying to the AML CFT framework as defined by the regulation. I have seen that Pak Imansyah from OJK has raised his hand, so I would like to invite Pak Imansyah if you have any questions. Pak Imansyah, the floor is yours, Pak. Thank you so much. Pak, you are still on mute. We cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we still cannot hear you, Pak Imansyah.
Things is done already. Thank
Yes,
you. Thank you,
yes,
Pak Budi.
okay. Great.
Thank you also for the opportunity to just share ideas on this very insightful discussions. I just want to have a very quick questions on these colleagues from Bank of Thailand. I think if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about how we are, Bank of Thailand is actually also recognizing the technology provided by the third party on this particular issue on the anti-money laundering and CFT. So just wondering whether there is a very technical issues, how you are endorse that the robustness of this technology provided by this third party. I mean, this like a fintech, or they are doing kind of platform that was facilitating for doing the anti-money laundering and CFT, meaning for verifications or something. So where we are still trying to facilitate that kind of approach as well into our Indonesian case. But is there any something that you can share with us, Ms. Wijitleka, on this particular issue? How you are confirming yourself that this technology provided by the third party supporting the compliance on the anti-money laundering and CFT regime is you can feel that you meet the expectations, and they are also something that it is quite robustness. Then you can believe that this assist the central banks or even ourselves in the future as regulators and financial sector, that the technology, we can rely on the technology, but because that's something that we are now building to our approach, because we truly realize that I think every of these financial institution, in particular the small financial institution, the microfinance institution, can build their own anti-money laundering CFT regime, because it's too cost for them. So I think maybe they can rely as well to other third-party provider for anti-money laundering and CFT compliance. So is there any like a very strategic issues that you are facing when you are recognizing or you endorsing this kind of practice into your anti-money laundering and CFT regime in Thailand? That's one question. The other is actually, thank you so much. I think you mentioned about the regulations on the data protection, just to ensure the privacy. I think this is also one issue that we are having right now. So we are expecting as well how in particular the government can come up finally with the regulations or law on data protections. I think this is also a key milestones, and also a key point that we have also want to have in the near future. So that's actually my just sharing ideas, Pak Budi, and hopefully I think just to add some more issues in a very technical aspect. So sorry for that. Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Pak Budi. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imansyah. I think we can move on. The next question is for Pak Triyono, because Pak Triyono, I think you mentioned several times about RegTech and SubTech, right? So to be very specific, what are the expectations of OJK as a regulator in the implementation of RegTech to increase and strengthen the capacity of digital finance ecosystem, specifically to prevent money laundering and terrorism financing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Budi, for the question. I guess, again, this is the consequences of what is really developing out there in the market. If you want to go fast, you have to go safe. So that's a very, very key point that we always keep. Otherwise, you are going to be in a very dangerous position. And by doing so, we should have to implement certain measures, one of which is applying the RegTech. Because only through the RegTech, you can guarantee or you can implement the safety measures there. That's why we promote, or also we encourage the market to do some project, very important points. We have already selected 5 very important RegTech projects for the market. And this is in line with the SubTech project, which is also adopted by OJK. If we don't go together at the same pace, definitely one party will be left behind. if the RegTech go too fast, or maybe the market go too fast, but the regulator is still standstill, so it will be a very big problem for the market, because the market will not growing, or maybe the market will grow very fast and get into very dangerous situation. So this is the thing that we would like to expect to be happening. That's why we always tell to the market that please, even though we are not really implementing 100% prudential principles to the fintech supervision, in this case, we implement market conduct supervision, but you have to be very careful, and we regard you as a very major business, and also responsible activities, and you still have to build your own defense system, and definitely you have to really take care of your customer. So those measures is very important to be implemented in the RegTech system. Get back to the AML CFT. I think this is very obvious in the market, because previously we don't think that this is very important, or maybe I'm not saying this is not important, but if we refer to what has been happening in our market, we don't realize that RegTech is that important, and definitely it is also very costly. That's why I think we probably think in the past we think that okay, RegTech probably, or maybe KYC is very important for the big ticket or big transaction only, but not only for but not for the small size of transaction. But now since the frequency or the number of transactions is increasing very fast, we also realize that it could be also very harmful to the economy, and can be used as a means of CFT as well, not only for the identity theft or other things. But it is very important, and we just realized that AML CFT should be implemented not only for the big size of the transaction, but also for the smaller size. It means that it will apply to all. And again, if we come into that understanding, definitely we should build a very robust system. We are very grateful to hear what Pak Vijay is sharing about the Aadhaar system in India. I also spoke to Bu Dewi that this is very good system to be implemented in Indonesia in the future. Probably this is very good sense that we integrate our customer ID with the transaction ID. So again, if we agree that KYC should be implemented to all single transaction in Indonesia, definitely we need a robust system to cater that needs, Pak Budi.
Thank you so much, Pak Triyono, for the comprehensive explanation. Given that we are running out of time, I would like to invite all panelists to provide a very brief closing statement and also sharing, especially on the topic. If I may, can I invite first Kun Wijiletka? Is there any closing statement that you would like to share?
Yes, thank you, Pak Budi. I would like to address once again about the close collaboration that will play a very effective role to further the innovations. The collaboration happens not only in the industry, but also between regulator and industry, and also between regulators ourselves. So that will significantly help the effectiveness of the promoting the innovations. The secondly, that the Bank of Thailand has issued the consultation paper about the digital financial landscape, and we are addressing to and trying to reinvent Thailand into the sustainable digital economy. So I think as being the citizens of this world, we need to take care of the environment as well. So any business models, especially financial services, that can incorporate the environmental concerns within the products and services will be the next trend. And we have our next generation of the children and grandchildren to live beautifully in the world of innovations together with the good quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well put and very beautifully put, Kun Wijiletka. Mr. Vijay, any closing statement from you?
Yeah, so I'm very happy and excited to see the developments which are happening in Indonesia and Thailand in terms of the various measures and technology implementation. And I can see some of the questions which relate to the cost of the technology implementation. I would like to say that the technology is the way to go forward, and the scale at which the things are happening, the technology is becoming very, very cheap now, and it is easily possible to replicate the experiences at one place to others. The use cases can be definitely different and more contextual, and we can make change according to that. So there is a lot of possibility out there. And then with the regulator being so facilitative and supportive, so there is a lot of opportunity for reducing the cost and increasing the compliance. So with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank everyone and stay happy, stay safe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay. And lastly, Pak Triyono, any closing statement from you, sir?
Thank you very much, Pak Budi. My closing statement is that we have to be innovative. That's it. I mean, we have to be very adaptive and also adjustable to the development of the market. Kun Wijiletka mentioning about the collaboration. I think this is very important issue that should be addressed too. Frankly saying, in ASEAN itself, we haven't had any talk about this in region level in this context. So I think this is very important, and we probably should formalize this engagement with all the regulators among ASEAN talking about the innovation, because I think innovation is again talking about the innovative and follow adaptive regulators. So I think let's be adaptive and adaptive regulators by forming some talks and also webinars and also consultative process that can we share the experience from one to another. That's a very important message that I would like to deliver.
Thank you so much, Pak Triyono. So the key takeaway of today's panel is obviously with the rise of digitalization, there's an obvious opportunity to standardize compliance, more data points to increase RegTech and SupTech, to mitigate risks such as money laundering and terrorism financing. And lastly, most importantly, in order to embrace technology, understand the innovation, but also understand the risk as well as the regulatory framework, there has to be collaboration not only between the regulators, but also regulators and industry players, be it conventional such as banking, insurance player, or the new up-and-coming service providers such as the fintech players. Having said that, I would like to conclude today's panel discussion. I would like to thank Pak Triyono, Mr. Vijay, Kun Wijiletka for today's presentation. And again, everyone stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Pak Budi. Thank you,
Thank
Kun
you.
Wijiletka. Thank you, Pak
Thank you
Vijay.
so much.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Very nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you to the moderator and all speakers for a very exciting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next agenda, we would like to invite once again the speakers for the second session as well as the moderator to take a virtual photo session first. We would like to invite Mr. Triyono, Mr. Vijay Gupta, Ms. Wijiletka, and Mr. Budi to please turn on your videos, and we would like to take a photo session together. We would like to ask Pak Triyono to please turn on the camera because we will have a photo group session, Pak. Okay, thank you very much. I think all the speakers and also the moderator are ready. Please follow on my count. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you very much to all the speakers and moderator of the second session. This marks the end of the second panel session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have all the guests and speakers to share their knowledge on our webinar, Opportunities, Challenges and Impacts on Utilizing New Technologies in Strengthening the AML CFT Regime, today on the 23rd of February 2022. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your kind support and active participation. But before we close this webinar, we would like to invite you all to attend the second day of this webinar tomorrow on the 24th of February 2022, starting from 8 a.m. Jakarta time. Once again, to close this webinar, thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Om Santi 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 Om.